Hello everyone, welcome back to another stream. It is so good to be back. After the last stream, put a bunch of the uh, clips of this game into shorts, and they got a pretty good amount of response, but no one actually said that the game itself looked good. They just liked the content or whatever is being talked about. Um, it is unclear if game is really a winner or if I should move on to a different project idea. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to make one more shot at this idea. And then if it doesn't get any big response, I'll move on to a different one. And we'll just, keep doing that. So what I'm going to do for this day is I'm going to make enough of the game that you can show a basic gameplay loop. And after making a basic gameplay loop, you will be able to go through a level, select a power-up, go through several other levels, and die and repeat. So let's just talk about what we're going to have here. So first we're going to have checkpoints, HP, several power-ups, including HP-based ones, and finally, what's it called? Selecting a power-up between levels, a few handcrafted levels because we don't need to get into the procedural generation just yet, and one really good GIF/video tying it all together, which we will then post on Screenshot Saturday and see if anybody is interested in it. So checkpoints, HP, several power-ups, all that good stuff. Okay. Okay. So yeah, checkpoints, official end of level, HP, several power-ups, etc., etc. Okay. That looks good. We'll have 3 handcrafted levels so that you can, by the end of it, have 3 power-ups. You'll start with just one. You'll get a second at the end of the first level, another at the end of the third, and you can have all 3 powers helping you on the 3rd handcrafted level. And if we have time today, I think we could also go into making a boss, like a first area boss of some kind, and we can have that as the really exciting climax of whatever GIF I'm doing. So I think that's what we're going to be doing today. But first, I just want to share this on Discord so people know that I am live, and then I'll be getting started for real. All right, let's get this party started. Is there any other? Okay. All right, so we're going to start off with checkpoints and HP. So what I'm thinking is on the top left corner, we're going to be having your HP. And every time that you die, either by hitting an enemy or by being caught by the giant mass behind you, you will go back to the most recent checkpoint and lose 1 HP. If you lose 3 HP, you die. We can then have a lot of power-ups that benefit the HP bonuses, like if you kill enemies, you can get some HP back, or base improvement to HP, stuff like that. So I'm going to go to our canvas layer here. Here it is. So this is the screen where the player is in. I'm going to be adding a texture progress bar. Left to right. It's going to be slightly off from the actual top right, a wide little thing. And for the textures, we need to make, what I can do actually is I can just put in a, what is it? A gradient texture. Yeah. So let's say we have a min value, max value, and let's say the value is, max value is 4. You have only 4 HP. At max, like so. Yeah, and then it'll stretch like so. So this progress bar here is going to be red. And I think the under is just going to be black. Like so. So now if we decrease our, there it is. Good. And what we'll actually do is we'll have a nice HBox container containing this and a beautiful label. Layout, sizing, expand. Layout, sizing, expand. We increase the horizontal size. We're going to say that this is 4 out of 4. And finally, like that, perfect. So this is going to decrease from 4 to 4 to 3 to 4 to 2 to 4 to 1 to 4. Easy. And that's going to be right there. Next, we need to make the script for this. Because powers affects this, and we should have health affecting this. Create. This is going to be very similar to the power script in the sense that it's mostly going to be called by the player's root node here, and it's going to call powers and health in order to do any of the major stuff. But this is going to really manage all of our information. Hello, good morning! Welcome to the stream. I'm just working on a speed roguelike. So just to give you a basic view of what we've got going here. What we have right now is you have a giant wall that is behind you that if it reaches up to you, it kills you. Oh, whoops. Let's see, I'm just going to remove what I just added for the time being, and I can just show you this real quick. All right, so here you've got the player, and the player is able to run fast. If you get hit by this giant wall, you die. So we're just gonna run. But in order to improve your chances, you have several abilities, such as being able to slide, being able to double jump, and being able to teleport. So let's say I slide, teleport, teleport, slide. All right. So this is the current build of the game. And what I want to add right now is the basic roguelite elements. The ability to add powers over time, the ability to die, to have more HP, and hopefully, if we have time, we're going to add one boss as the real final thing here. So let's start with the health for the player. What I'm thinking right now is that when you are going through a level, you will get flags, which are your checkpoints. And if you die, you'll just go back to the checkpoint. Because otherwise you would have that encroaching wall behind you that would just kill you. So you've got to be able to get hit by the wall 3 or 4 times before you're really out of the running. We could make it more challenging where you could only take HP from enemies and maybe the wall would just insta-kill you. But I'm thinking of being more generous. I think if the wall just always killed you, it would be too much. But we can check that out. In the meantime, health labels container dot. I'll tell you what, we're gonna have 2 of these. We're gonna have health bar, health label, health bar dot value minus equal 1. Health bar label dot text is equal to the health bar's value. String of cur health plus /4. And we'll have a max health opportunity as well. But for now, that should be good. So now, whenever we have the player killed, we will go back to the health and say hurt. All right, let's give that a shot. Oh, looks like we got a bug. Oh, right. I have to go here to health and actually set the health bar and health label being referenced. All right, now we should be able to get started. What courses would you recommend to learn Godot? This is a very good question. So when I picked up Godot, I mostly watched GD Quest and Heartbeeps. They had a lot of really good tutorials. I didn't take so much classes, but one of the reasons for that is because I already knew Python. So Nora, would you say that you know Python? Otherwise, GD Quest has what it could be considered a beginner, was a 0 to hero class, like an online course. It's free. That can teach you the basics of Python in Godot. I'd say that Godot really involves 2 major skill sets, the first of which is Python coding, and the second of which is this node organization, knowing what nodes do and how to set up an actual player object here with a collection of these things. Because this is what I consider the big power of Godot, which is that it has this pre-built node behavior that you build together in order to make one complete object here. So the player has the character body, which actually does the movement, and has a hitbox and a hurt box and an animation tree, and all that comes together for the main functionality. And then you add just like 1 or 2 things here in order to actually get it moving. If you're just wanting to know how to get Godot's node tree working, just watch GD Quest and Heartbeeps video tutorials. They'll give you a good sense of how that works. For learning Python, let me see if I can bring it up actually. Let's see here. Yeah, GD quest from 0 with this free app. Yeah, I really enjoyed this class. I referred it to my nephews, and they seem to enjoy it. It's just similar to Khan Academy, where it goes you through these interactive lessons that both tell you what to do and then allows you to actually write some code here to affect things. Yeah, so that's what I'd recommend. You're very welcome. All right, let's get back to it. So health is looking good. Now what we have to do is set up checkpoints. Okay. Whenever we die, we're going to be reloading this scene. This is what happens when kill is called here. It starts a death state, and on the death state, it just reloads the current scene. So what we want to do is we want to remember between scenes where exactly the player's last checkpoint was. So I think the best way to do that, would be to create a singleton. So a singleton is something that is auto-loaded at the beginning of the project's runtime, and it just stays the entire time. So this way, it will be able to continue to survive and remember things in between individual player deaths. So if this scene is unloaded and then reloaded, we'll still have that auto load here to remember what's going on. Create new folder. I'm just going to call these managers. I imagine we're going to have many different singletons like this. All right, managers. Let's call this level manager. The level manager is just going to have a checkpoint position vector 2. And I think that's really all it's going to have right now. We're going to add more stuff here. This is where the procedural generation stuff is going to go when we actually make this a pure Spelunky roguelike. But for now, it just needs the checkpoint position. We're going to go to auto load, pick up this manager, and add it. Ta-da! Secondly, we're going to go back to main menu. We're going to start adding some of these checkpoints. Now again, this is just an ugly game. We're not having anything too fancy. So I'm just going to use my favorite node, the color rectangle, for the checkpoint. It's just going to be a square. What we're going to do is we're going to have it be kind of tall, it's thin. Then we will add this. We'll give it a pretty generous collision, I'd say. So that way it's very difficult to miss. And finally, we'll give this thing a script, which I will call checkpoint. And we're going to include this with features over here. Oh, whoops. Features, checkpoint, press create instead of cancel. I'm pretty sure they're inverted on Linux. I'm on Linux right now, which is confusing. And we'll say whenever a body enters the checkpoint area, we'll say if body.is in group player level manager dot checkpoint position is equal to self dot position. And finally, we'll go to the player and we'll say on the player's ready function, which does not exist. Okay. So this is the ready function. It always runs during the first frame of the scene. Well, I'm actually doing this on my Steam Deck. So this is a special version of Linux, which is Steam OS. I'm pretty sure it is based off of raw Linux. It's not Ubuntu. But it's very useful, and because it is built in with SteamOS's Plasma, it is also able to run exe files, which is really great. All right. Position is equal to player level manager dot checkpoint position if checkpoint position is not equal to vector2.0. Is there, oh, inf. That's what we'll do. It'll be inf by default, and then when it actually gets set, the player will start going to that checkpoint. All right, now we should be able to test this out. So I start off, I'm collided with it. Wait, I completely forgot. The checkpoint needs the collision to be based off of players. There we go. Now that should work. Boom. All right, let's see if I spawn here now. Yes, I do. All right. So the checkpoint is now working. What I'm going to do is I'm going to save branch as its own scene. Checkpoint. And I'm going to add it to our tile map. Features, checkpoint. Oh, tile set. This is where you actually customize the tile map, and this is where you do the drawing. So now, let's see, I should just be able to draw it. It's not doing anything. Let's see here. Checkpoint. Oh, I know what's going on. Yep, way offset. So here's what was going on, right? I had checkpoint and I wanted to draw a checkpoint. If I'm up here, see, it's being drawn completely offset. See, this is the checkpoints that I was drawing. So that's no good. What we got to do is we got to go back to checkpoint and set its position to a nice root position. We can remove this checkpoint now because we can just draw them. Let's see here. It's a little bit off, and I would like to actually place it on top of the wall there. So what we're going to do is we're going to take this offset position, make it -48. Will says, cool, I work with Linux all day long on my day job. Yeah, that's cool. That's interesting. Is that something that the company recommends, or is it something that you just do by choice? Huh. All right. So now we can put down checkpoints. Looking good. All right, let's see how this goes. Did I do something wrong? Oh, yeah, I deleted a whole bunch of floor. That's what I did wrong. Terrains, ground. There we go. I'm not sure why he explodes the first frame the very first time he shows up. Oh. That's another thing, is that when you die, your health gets reset because your health isn't being saved in between runs. That's a problem. All right. Now if I die, I should reappear at this checkpoint. Yeah! And if I go here and then die, should respawn at this checkpoint. Yep, perfect. Now this does have a... Did you see that? Hit here, I take 2 damage. That's not supposed to happen. Okay. So I think what's happening there is that the kill function is not thinking about if... Well, no, it is. If gate state name is not equal to death. So if we're already dying... Oh, wait. There we go. That has to go in there so that you don't accidentally get hurt multiple times. You know what? This is bothering me. Okay, what is causing us to die first frame? On body entered. Level hurt box. Okay, what body is entering? The level is entering. What? What? Okay, it says that the level hurt box is entering, causing it to die. What if instead we spawned in the middle of the air? You don't die. Okay. So inside the player, there is a collider that recognizes if the player has somehow gotten inside a wall, which, because of teleport, happens a lot. Seems to have been a little overzealous. Oh, you're a DevOps engineer. You work with Slackware on your home computers and servers. And Red Hat. Oh, Red Hat. Yep, that would do it. That would do it. DevOps is really cool and necessary. It should appear right there. Perfect. Now what I want to do is make it remember when we lose HP. I do not envy your position, though. From how I understand it, ops engineers are the ones who always get pulled out in the middle of the night because the server crashed for some reason. That is a tough job. Not that I don't get turned out in random points in my own job because something I built crashed, but it's usually more lenient. It's not like the entire service depends on this, so you have to fix it now. All right, health. When this happens, level manager.health is equal to current health. What we'll do is when we load, we will take level manager.health and apply it. We'll make a function here called set health, which will actually do the setting. We'll say the value is health, the text is health, level manager health. There we go. All right. All right, let's take some damage, see if it is saved. It is! It's beautiful. All right. All right, what happens if I go negative? Bad things. Bad things are supposed to happen when you go negative. That's very bad. All right, that's looking good. Yeah, I'm not sure what we're going to do when you get down to negative. Again, this is just a proof of concept. So that is done. Next, we need an official end of the level, several power-ups, including some HP-based ones, and the ability to select a power-up every time you finish a level. Then we make 3 handcrafted levels, and finally 1 really good chef. Oh, optional, cool-looking boss. Yeah, that seems pretty good. All right. Let's make it so that these levels will have an official endpoint. And that, at least in this handcrafted version, will be easy enough. It's a good job, but my passion is game dev and game design. Yeah! Amen, brother. Amen. I love the phrase, good job. Because that's really what it comes down to, right? You want the job to be not just profitable, not just easy, not just fun. Well, it has to be a good job. A job that does good. Even a hard job that is not fun and very difficult can be a job that you enjoy or look forward to doing because you know that the job is good. On the flip side, if you are doing a job that is fun and easy and, I don't know, you play ping pong every day, but you know that the job itself is worthless and adding nothing to society, I think that wears you down after a while. I think especially when it comes to making entertainment like game dev, you have to be able to find a real reason for, game dev. You have to ask yourself, is making games a good job? What is it worth? Because otherwise, you're not going to be able to sustain yourself long term. That's what I think. That doesn't mean you have to be like an activist. But you should be able to say, fun is an objectively good thing. And letting people have fun is something that, God designed for us to do, and it is a good and worthwhile thing to help people do that. All right. I'm going to go to the end of the level, see if the camera stops at the very end. Ow. All right. We'll go up here and we'll bounce on top of the thwomps. Boing, boing, boing. And here's the end. Now if you jump off, it should finish the level for you. I am dead. Okay, perfect. Now all we need is a area 2D that senses when the player has fallen off. Da, 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 da. We will change the collision so this recognizes when the player has touched it. Boom. All right, I will call this level end. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to make a new scene here. And I'm going to call this one select powers. And right now I'm just going to save it. Reapers theme, player managers. Right, because it's player, you've got the powers here. I'll make it its own file, yeah. Power select. And in here, we will have the power select scene. And we will add buttons. Beautiful texture buttons. And these are just going to look ugly right now. That is okay. But we will have a nice HBox container, which is based on the full size of the screen and covers everything. Sound like Indiana Jones when you hum for a bit. Oh, how does that go? It's it's been too long since I've seen Indiana Jones. You know what? We should put some music on here real quick. There we go. How's that? This is the, what is it? 8-bit fantasy and adventure music by Dev Rucci. It is royalty free because he's awesome like that, but I would recommend supporting him if you get a chance. His music is great. There we go. I don't think this HBox is going to be the whole screen. I don't think it'll be like that. So now, because we have this scaling here, if the size of the game window increases or decreases, this set of boxes will scale with it. I'm going to make all 3 of these boxes expand. And finally, I'm going to change the HBox container so that the separation between each box will be, I don't know, 100? 25. All right. Double jump, teleport, slide. All right, this is the example power select. So what's going to happen is that when you hit level end, level end, open, create. Body entered. Beautiful. We're gonna go get tree dot. I think it's change scene to file. Yeah. Power select. All right. It's that easy. So then once we're in power select, we'll do some power selecting, and then it will probably just throw us back into this level. But we'll make several levels so that you'll have some sense of progression. All right. What we got to do is at the very beginning, say one of the buttons dot grab focus. These buttons are able to get focus, right? Yep. So here's what, oh, whoops. I meant to open just this row. I think that's F9. F6, cool. So now that I've grabbed focus, you can see I can press left or right to move through them, but you can also click them. And spacebar to select one. Perfect. All right. So this is a level manager, which is good. Well, you know what? Let's rename this, actually. This is going to be the run manager. Because it's going to manage your HP and your checkpoint and the current powers that you have. We'll have to rename all of these to Run Manager. And now here we're going to make a new script on these buttons to add some ability to add powers when you select them. Power select, we'll call this power button. Do 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 do. All right, when it's pressed, we're going to add a power. And I think right now we're just gonna have the powers be strings. We can change it so that it's something more fancy and cool later. But right now it's just gonna be at export var power flag. It's gonna be a string. And when the thing is pressed, we're gonna go to the run manager and say add power flag. There we go. So now the power flag will be double jump. And we're going to put this exact same script on all the buttons. So they all do that, but we will give each one of them a different power flag. So we'll take the second one and give the power flag teleport, and the third one is going to be power slide. Now don't worry, I'm going to be adding more than 3 powers, and we're going to randomly fill what these are. So you're just going to get a random set of powers that you get to select between levels. Think similar to Nuclear Throne or Downwell. Yeah, chat, how many roguelikes have you played? Are you familiar with any of these games? Am I just using technical jargon that's completely pointless? Let's see here. All right. Level end. Power set. Oh, and the other one thing that's really important is after you select a power, it's going to send you straight back. Perfect. Now let's make this add power function. Function, add power, have var powers. It's just going to be a array of strings. Why not? I'm going to say power flag dot powers. Powers dot push power flag. Oh, there must be something. Push front, push back. Yeah, let's just push back. There it is. All right. That's looking good. So now, let's say that I go back to my player and I say, player, you're only allowed to have 1 power, and you just gotta make do with that. I watch videos of Downwell and Enter the Gungeon, but I've not played them yet. Oh, Enter the Gungeon, Downwell. So this game is heavily inspired by Downwell. I really want it to be Downwell, but you're running horizontally instead of falling. So I imagine that, you know, in interest of that, I'll probably be borrowing an art style that's similar to Downwell as well. But Enter the Gungeon 2 just got announced. Did you see that? Also, whoops. So I had this entire thing here that would add random powers to the player if, you know, once they are getting started. But this is actually not needed anymore. In fact, we need the exact opposite. Oh no! Alright, sorry about that, folks. Back to the music. Alright, we need to make this new power loading system. So what I'm going to say is for power in run manager dot powers. And then I'm going to change this power scripts here to actually be a dictionary. So we're going to have double jump, which goes to this one. And we're going to have teleport, which goes to this one. And we're going to have power slide. All right, there we go. So now when we're looking at the powers we have, I'll be able to say var power is actually power scripts of power. Basically, the powers is just going to have a bunch of strings, like double jump. And then I can go to this dictionary and say, okay, what is the power script for double jump? And that's what this is going to hold. Then is going to spin up the power ability, add it to the player, and we'll be perfect. Oh, right. Power name. There we go. If we're going to make a new variable called power, we can't have it share the same name as that. Can't make the same variable twice. All right, adding power nodes from run manager. And for the sake of this actually being completable, I'm going to have powers start with double jump or teleport. There we go. So now, when I open it up, I should start with teleport. Yep. And if I die, I should keep teleport. Yep. Perfect. Run! And now, if I make it to the end of the level, I will be able to test if I can add a second ability. This is actually pretty hard. All right, boom. All right, now I can select a power. If I select a double jump, now I have teleport into... Oh no, I went back to the old checkpoint. Oh, whoops. Yeah. I really loved Downwell as a kid. That was one of my favorite games. It's just... I think what made Downwell really fun was that it had a really strong growth curve. The player themselves actually grew throughout the adventure. Now I have a triple jump! When you were playing Downwell, you would start off and you'd be awkward and you'd be trying to fall with your silly gun or whatnot, and you'd just be pathetic. But then, as you went along the game, let's see, power slide isn't doing anything. How strange. As you continue to play the game, you would get better and better. You get more precise. You'd have your timing better, and then you start to be able to get combos. And combos is when you hit multiple enemies without touching the ground, and then you would be able to get all sorts of bonuses and buffs whenever you have a combo. Then you have this exponential growth of your abilities. Will J says, well, replaying Mega Man X, really loved it on SNES. Yeah! I actually have not played Mega Man X, but it looks great. Oh, we've got an ad. Alright. So for some reason, oh, right. So this is our signal. But you know what I'm actually going to do? I'm going to make it so all these buttons, they just say on ready. It's just going to connect pressed to on pressed. There we go. So now, oh, we got a bug. There we go. Now, if we were to open up the power select menu, we should be able to, yeah, do all of them. Look at that. Power slide, teleport, teleport, teleport. You know, there should be an achievement for completing an entire level with power slide on at all times. Because you cannot jump when you're in a power slide. Power sliding involves a lot of being very clever with your other abilities in order to make it work. Because, as you can see, I'm having some real trouble right now getting it to work like that. I don't think there's a way. I think you would really need double jump. Alright. So, we now have an official end of the level, and we have the ability to select a power-up between levels. It looks like the next things on our to-do list is several power-ups, and then making the power-ups you can choose randomized. Alright. Let's add several new powers. Now that we have HP, we can have some powers that say randomly increase HP on killing an enemy. Taking an inspiration from the Bloodlust ability from Blue Nuclear Throne. Let's see here. We could have a slow fall ability, where if you're holding down the jump button, you have a slower fall. Kind of like a parachute or something. We can have... What I'm really thinking about right now is if I should have a gun or a sword. And maybe if you should always have a gun or a sword. Because as it stands right now, you're just running. And that would make it more complex, and I think that would be cool. Maybe a sword pogo? And so that way you can't even jump on enemies, you have to sword pogo on them. It's a thought. And then there could be a lot of abilities or bonuses that affect the sword, like increasing its range or making your sword pogo super high or that sort of thing. That's not a bad idea. I'll think about that. Add sword. You can't jump on enemies, but you can sword pogo. Okay. Maybe... Now, I want sword pogo to be something you have at all times. So even at the first level, you can have a really fun time sword pogoing and running. That would be your default power. And then we can have a whole bunch of sword abilities. Such as increased attack range, super high sword pogo, sword dash, maybe you can even break walls with a charged attack. That'd be pretty neat. Oh, looks like we got an ad. Alright. We're going to start with these. Randomly increase HP upon killing an enemy, slow fall, and maybe one of these other powers. Here we go. Some other... oh, these are hazards. Where did I put all my other abilities? Here we go. Other abilities could be slow time, the ability to really think about what's going on. Oh, and wall jump. I gotta have wall jumps. Yeah, so we'll have wall jump and slow time. Okay. These are all good abilities. Let's add them. Alright, player powers. We've got the base power here. Next we're going to be doing... let's see, which one should we do first? Yeah, randomly increase HP. We're going to call this one Bloodlust, based off the power and nuclear throne of the same name. Okay. Bloodlust is going to be an interesting power because it's a passive ability. So what we got to do is we got to say ready, or even better, do base powers have initialize? They do. Yes. Okay, so when we initialize, we have the player. And what we got to do is we got to say player.connect. We're going to have a signal called kill enemy. And it's going to say check increase health. So it'll call this function every time an enemy is killed. And we'll say if rand I mod 100. So now you have a 1 in 100 chance of increasing your HP. That's too much. That's too low. Let's make it 25%. 1 in 4 chance. There you go. So now you have a 1 in 4 chance of healing. Oh. Right. We have host. That's our player. There we go. So this is just us calling the base version of it that sets host equal to player. It's a... so that our inheritance tree doesn't fail. Oh, thank you very much. I did a lot of practice in programming interviews, if you can believe it, when I was in college. We would have a weekly meetup where we would try to do an interview question in order to test if you could interview while trying to solve a programming problem. Being able to talk through your thinking process as you're working on it is really important so that the interviewer knows what you're thinking and not have this black box view of potential employees. If you can think through the process, they get to see how you think, how your critical reasoning works, where you get your solutions from, and that can really help them. So that's really where I got the skill. And who wouldn't have thought that it would be very useful in streaming? If you're trying to get a programming job, I'd highly recommend trying to practice with interview questions. There's a lot online that you can find. There's entire websites dedicated to it, actually. And then find someone who is willing to practice with you. Someone who can play the interviewee, the interviewer. And then, you can help each other out. Oh, no. All right. Turn off the ad. Oh, it's one of those 15 seconds ads. All right, let's go to player. Player is going to have a beautiful signal called killed enemy. I think. Okay. All signals are in the past tense. We want to be consistent. Let me turn back on the music. Oh, yeah. Killed enemy. Listen to hype music is the best. All right. Now what we got to do is there was something. Let's go back to Floater. Floater had this thing where if you hit its hurt box, not only would it die, let's see here. Yeah, go stomper error.bounce. We're going to add a register kill. So all enemy nodes, when they get killed, they would tell whoever killed them to register the fact that, killed. So let's go back to player physics. Next to the bounce, register kill. And if I recall, yeah, it's just blank. This will emit signal, killed enemy. Beautiful. And it might do some other stuff too. Maybe we'll have a score, maybe we can have combos just like in Downwell. I think that'd be pretty neat. Especially since in these kind of levels, you're going to be going like boom, ba boom, ba boom, ba boom, ba boom, and getting that kind of speed and flow, just bouncing off enemies. Oh, it's so good. But for now, we just got Bloodlust. I think that's really everything. What we should do is we should go to the Run Manager and then add Bloodlust to our set of powers so that we can test it out. And what we got to do as well is go to the player's powers and add Bloodlust to this list here. Bloodlust will open up this power script here. All right, let's test it out. Oh no. Infinite recursion? Oh, what have I done? What have I done? I think you have to just say super.initialize. Because otherwise you're just calling the function stuff. You gotta call the base. Good, good, good. Alright, so we open up. Aha, we got teleport and bloodlust. Now, let's try killing a couple enemies and seeing if we... whoops, I died. Oh, no, I killed it. But it says that there's no function register kill in the hitbox. Right, because the hitbox is what actually receives the function. But we're just using it as a pass-through. That way we can hide the actual player body from the enemies. We don't want them to know more than they have to. That's good programming. Wait a second, I just pressed F6. Here we go. I take HP. No, how will I ever get it back? I know. Boom. All right. Let's hit one of these. Aha! It broke. Right, there's no function heal, but we know it works now. So let's go to the player. We've got kill over here, and now we're going to have heal. It'll just take the health and heal it, I think. the health function here, func heal, what it's going to say is my new current health is equal to health bar +1 instead of -1. So it's just reversing hurt. And then it will set health, which will update the run manager. It will update the label up here. It'll do everything. All right, let's check this out. Aha, I healed! All right, can you overheal? Yes, you can. Yes, you can. All right, that should not be allowed. And, wait, what? So here we have 4 health, right? I think I went into a wall and I took 2 damage. And also, that's not good. I don't know what's going on. All right, let's try this again. I saw that when I had 5 health, something weird happened. It went down to 3 health straight up. And I'm not sure if that just means that healing over the max just doesn't work. Yeah, it goes down to 3. Well, that just means that the progress bar doesn't respect 5 health. Yeah, that makes sense, right? You got this health bar here. The value is anything between 0 and 4. If you try to set it to 5, nothing. It just goes right back down. And this progress bar is where we are keying off our health. So we get the progress bar's value. So it maxes itself out already pretty good. But we're going to say if value is less than max value, then we'll heal. That should keep us from doing anything silly. It looks like you teleport into the floor. That could be bad. Yeah, so teleport is already an extremely dangerous power in the sense that it is kind of broken. Just think about it. Like, if you can teleport, then you can escape pretty much any enemy and do anything that you want. So the downside of this is that if you're not careful, you may teleport into a wall. Boop, dead. In Spelunky, you have something similar where you've got this teleport item that is so powerful and so fast and so dangerous that, you know, really it could break the game. But the fact that it can kill you if you're not careful is the downside that evens it out. Okay. Oh no, not another ad. And there are a lot more ads on this one today. Okay. So, Bloodlust has been added as an ability. Slow fall. Another thing that I'm interested in thinking is if teleport and other powers only reload on touching the floor or an enemy. Because right now it's timed. But if it was based off of when you're on the floor, that could make for a more interesting rhythm. Where, you know, you teleport once and then you hit an enemy. And when you hit an enemy, you get your double jump back, you get your teleport back, you get all that stuff. Well, we'll see how it goes. But right now, let's add slow fall. Slow fall is going to be more similar to... Now, this is a good question, actually. Right, because right now we got the movement calculator, which does gravity, and what we want is we just want a power that makes gravity less when you're falling. When you're just jumping up, nothing. So what I think is going to happen is I'm going to make a new state here. So it's going to be more similar to power slide, where power slide, when you hold down the power, it starts a certain state. Slow fall. All right. I'm not sure if slow fall is going to be a parachute or something else, but we're going to call it slow fall for now. Slow fall does not have a cooldown time, but what it does have is that if you hold down the down button when you are in the air, it will try to start the on slow fall state. And then here, if we say is action, well, you know what we can do. The on slow fall state will automatically leave itself when down is not being held down. Looking good. Ground. Let's add another state. So this is going to be the on slow fall state. And this state is going to be just like being regular walking, regular control, but it will have a slower gravity. All right, let's take a look. Okay, we're not really skidding because obviously if you're slow falling, you're in the air. And also, when we're in step here, we got to say if is on floor or input dot is action pressed UI down is false. Return on ground. There we go. So it will automatically return back to just regular walking if you release your down or you hit the floor. Yeah, I should probably add back on braking. Is braking isn't used right now, but it could be useful if we're doing animation stuff, because you'll be turning around. All right, skid perfect. We're not doing skidding because it's slow fall. You can't jump, it's slow fall. All right, that looks good. I'm wondering if I could animate it interesting. I'll figure that out later. For now, we have right, left, which changes to horizontal. Okay. Now we have to figure out how to make it have a slower gravity. This is the biggest problem here. Because we have fall fast. Yeah, I should do. Okay, so we have this thing here called fall fast, which just makes it so that when the speed of jumping and the speed of falling is slightly different. You fall faster than you jump, actually. This is something that the original Mario did. It makes it more comfortable, because people always try to aim for certain areas when they're jumping, and then when they're falling, they're just trying to land on whatever. So having a slightly faster fall feels more natural than if they're the same speed. But what we're going to have to do is we're going to have change this variable to be slow fall. This is going to be an optional variable, which will be false by default. But if it's true, then this here ta-da! Boom. Half speed fall. That might be too less. Let's do 3/4. All right. And then we're going to go to all the calls of move step. We don't need it to mention host fall fast. This was a leftover variable from a previous project where I can't even get into it right now. But essentially we would have sometimes where the player did not actually want to have a faster fall speed than their jump speed. So I had a flag that could turn that off. I don't think we're going to be using that in this game. Thank goodness. Now for this one, on slow fall, this is just going to always be true. Because when you're slow falling, your falling should be slow. On air. Oh my goodness, on air. What a pathetic script. What I've done is I made on ground just control for ground and air. It wasn't that complicated. On follow air, I can hold on to that one for now. All right. Looking good. So that should be it. Let's go to Run Manager, add slow fall by default. Go to the powers controller, add slow fall as an option. It's perfect. It's beautiful. Now we gotta test it out. All right. I don't think I would slow fall in there. Let's see. Yeah, no, I definitely didn't feel a slow fall. Also, what I'm going to do is I'm going to make it so that when you slow fall... Oh, nah. Well... We'll go with that for now. When you're slow falling, you will have a... Oh! I was pressing up, not down. Okay. Alright, alright. When you're slow falling, you're just looking like that. Oh, whoops. Okay, maybe looking silly was not the way to go. Okay, I'm not really feeling it. Let's go back to the movement calculator. So what we have here is we say that when slow fall is true... Oh. No, that's not right. Yeah. Alright, let's change it so that it'll be 0.1. Your gravity will not be increasing at all when you are slow falling. Nope. Gravity is the same as usual. That's a problem. Why? Alright, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go here. I'm going to put a breakpoint right here so I can test it out. And test it out. Okay, so here we have all this stuff. When we go inside, slow fall is true. Velocity.y is currently negative 290. That's because it is a negative. All right, we're back to on ground because I'm not falling. Okay, let's try this. All right, slow falling. Okay, here gravity is 1 and slow fall is true. Now it's 3.25. That's good, right? Here we have 3.25 and it increases to 28. See, that's a much slower increase in velocity. There's only one thing that could be causing it, which is that we are going back to on ground almost immediately, somehow. So what I'm going to do here is I'm just going to print current state. Here we go. So as you can see here, it is currently seeing a whole lot of on ground. On death, slow fall. No, slow fall is the state they're in, but gravity is still increasing. How strange. Okay, something else must be going on then. So we're in this low fall state because all of this stuff has a true... Oh no. I'm an idiot. This is the first if statement, right? After this, just not do these. In order to do that, I have to say elif. It's always the smallest things. So we do this. If this is not done, then we move on to this. And if this is not done, then we move on to this. We shouldn't have it where it's like, do this, and then do this. No, no, no. There we go. There we go. Much better. Much better. All right. Yeah! That's a slow fall. Hup. Whee! I can fly. All right, this is obviously a ridiculous amount of slow fall, but it's also pretty funny. Whee! I'm Princess Peach! All right, now I can add another ability. Double jump. Now we have slow fall and double jump. Oh, that's actually terrifying. Slow fall plus double jump? Oh, man. Okay, this is too much slow fall. I'm Mary Poppins. I'm Mary Poppins! So, the actual effective slow fall will be 0.5. I think that's fair. All right. Cool. No longer slow fall. Activate wall jump and slow time. I don't think we actually need slow time. We can just add wall jump and then we'll be set for making the power select randomized. Okay. Wall jump. Mary Poppins, y'all! That was such a good movie. Oh, man. I was in stitches. Maybe we could have like a Yondu power here. Like he's got his little... Okay, okay. Wall jump. It's going to be like double jump, but on walls. Duplicate. Player powers. Cancel. Okay. Something's going on here. There we go. Okay. Wall jump. All right, we're going to call this one wall jump. Initialize. Okay, so we don't have to refresh. We just have to say if you are on a wall. If you're on a wall only. And all this stuff. I have no idea what's going to take precedence, the double jump or the wall jump. That'd be interesting to see. Another thing that's important is const jump away from wall speed. Should this be a constant? You know what, this is going to be the minimum. So if you're running at a wall with like, then when you jump off, you'll be able to keep that high speed. But if you're just like, then it'll give you a minimum wall jump speed of 200. Okay. Physics process is also going to save our current max speed, because we have to remember the speed of the player when he smacks the wall. Because when he smacks the wall, he's going to lose his speed temporarily, but we need to remember it. We're going to start with a player speed. Every single frame, we're going to say player speed. I'm going to say player speed loss frames. int. Okay. Player speed is equal to whichever is bigger. Well, no, it's going to be, yeah, host.velocity.x or the current player speed. If the current player speed is just too slow, not even up to par with our current player speed, we're going to have some player speed loss frames. And if this becomes 0, then we'll say, you know what, player speed had a good run, but you're going to have to descend back down to where the player actually is. Now this could just be like a temporary small loss of speed, or it could be he smacked a wall. But either way, we're going to give players a gracious 5 frames where they get to remember the speed that they had. And if they jump off a wall in those 5 frames, they will jump off the wall with their incredible speed. Now the one question is, how in the world am I going to find out which side the wall is on? Oh, here it is, get wall normal. Return the surface normal of the wall at the last collision point. Only valid after calling movement slide, and when it's on wall returns true. Thank you, Godot. You never let me down. So we'll say if get wall normal.x is, I think it'll be greater than 0 if the wall is to our right. So then we'll say host.velocity.x is equal to negative player speed. And we'll also allow the minimum jump speed if the player is pathetically slow. Otherwise, it will be a positive. They'll be jumping off a left wall, going towards the right. Boom! There we go. Well, I think it's worth a shot. Let's go to the player's powers. We're going to add wall jump. Ha 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 ha. Oh, what? Oh, what have I done? Run manager is going to have wall jump instead of slow fall. All right, let's try this out. Well, I'm able to jump up off a wall an infinite number of times, but I'm not going sideways. I think it's wall climbing. Whee! I'm wall climbing. That's not bad, actually, but we want it to be a wall jump. So we're going to go back to wall jump ability, and I think what happened is that we got these directions mixed up. All right, if I jump off this wall, well, that's interesting. Okay, so yes, I am able to jump off the wall, and what happens is I just go off a little bit to the left, and because I'm still holding down the right button, I'm keeping my direction, and I don't really launch off in the other direction so much as I'm just doing a very slow wall climb, which is not the worst. But let's say that I were to swap my left and right keys at the perfect timing. I mean, that might work. But it'd be tricky. It'd be real tricky. Now, I think what we have to do is we have to make it so that it remembers the fact that you wall jumped, and it will invert your controls temporarily. Huh. Ah. All right. Let's give this a shot. Host.jump gets all this velocity stuff, and we say host.invert controls. So now the player is going to know that we are trying to invert the controls. Jump. All right. I'm going to have a variable here called isControlsInverted. And what this will do is just say is equal to the opposite of itself. So if you invert your controls 2 times, it'll go back to your regular control scheme. And then we're also going to have a function called reset controls, where it just sets it back to false. And lastly, I think here in the unhandled input, I think in process is the way to go. In process, we'll say if input dot is action pressed right. We'll say, oh, that's false. And left, if that's false. Well then, let's reset the controls because they're not pressing left or right. Perfect. Now all we got to do is have a way for our moving around to recognize inverted controls. What I think I'm going to do is I'm going to make a core function here on the player root that says get horizontal. It's going to return all the good stuff, but inverted if we have inverted controls. If is controls inverted, it'll be negative. Perfect. Now I just go back to on ground and I'll say, you want to get your horizontal? Just ask your host for it. Okay. So anytime where we have horizontal is equal to, we got to call host.getHorizontal. And it shows up quite a lot, actually. Let's see here. Slow fall. Here we go. I think that's it. Let's try this out. Okay. Now it's not inverting. Why is it not inverting? Well, jump. It does call invert controls. Okay. What I'm going to do is I'm just going to be printing out if controls is inverted right there on the bottom, so that if it's, okay, it's saying that the controls are inverted, but they're not. That's a problem. Is get horizontal not working? Yeah, it's not working. I guess it's not being called. My best guess is that get horizontal is actually not being called properly. Where we say here, player input gets the horizontal like so, but no, that should work. print horizontal. Let's remove this print statement here and just say we're going to be printing I think I know what it is. Oh, there's no music. Sorry about that, y'all. Here we go. All right. So, on ground here is using player input. That's only really changing when the player changes what they're pressing. It's not automatically updating whenever there's a change to, per se, is controls inverted. What we need to do then is change this horizontal to be based off of step. And that's obviously less ideal, but no, not by much. It'll just say every single frame we will double check what our input is. So that if there's a change to, there it is. If there is a change to is controls inverted, it will automatically be recognized. Boom. All right, let's just teleport there. Oh. I'm going to slow down the death wall for a little bit. Danger zone, your speed is going to be 0. Okay. Hey, what are you doing? What are you doing? Don't! No! No! Alright. I see. Right now it's 150. And then I'm just going to change the exported version, because that's the version that's actually in game, to 0. There we go. Much better. Alright. So it looks like it does work if we're bouncing off of a right wall. But not if we're bouncing off a left wall for some reason. That's strange. Well, let's see. Wall jump. Invert controls. Jump. That all looks good. Controls are inverted. Get horizontal. Right here, I'm going to be printing host dot is controls inverted and horizontal. Cool. So if we jump off this, the controls are not inverting at all. That's weird. Shouldn't they be? Let's see here. If we put a breakpoint on invert controls and we do it here, yeah, it does call. Before it was false, now it's true. What it must be is that is controls inverted is being set to 0 by the controls getting reset. Because reset controls is done here. Ah, here it is. Okay. Both left and right have to be false. Before it was like, if left is being pressed, then we reset. Okay. So we go boom, boom. Wall jumps. That's not bad. But it's not really saving any speed, is it? Let's say that I were to start over and say fast. Yeah, the speed dies. What we have to do is, I think, make the speed loss frames more lenient. But let's just make sure that's true. I'm going to say speed lost every time that speed is lost, as well as print out what exactly it is becoming. Oh, whoops. So if we look here at wall jump, speed loss is just basing it off of if velocity is less than player speed. That's not really what we're looking for. We're looking for if the absolute value of both is less. Ta-da! There we go. Now that should give us a more reasonable jump, let's say. Okay. That wasn't bad. Wasn't great, though. Let's give this another shot. I'm going to move this to the side here so we can keep an eye on any speed being lost. Wall jump. Wall jump. Oh yeah, speed loss. Okay, so here you see when we were bouncing off of the left wall, we lost speed when touching the left wall. Let me try that again just to make sure that's what's going on. See, that's a good speed right there. Before we had speed being lost on one of those because of the wall jump, I think. Yep, speed lost twice. It needs to be more lenient. So we'll make it 10 frames. All right, there we have a speed lost. Let's make it 15 frames. That was on me. Here we go. Boom. Boom. There we go. Much better. I see. And when you're on like this, you get a little bit of speed, but not much. Oh no! Oh, that is hilarious. So I just had a bug where I was teleporting, right? But teleport is based off if you're pressing left or right. If you bounce off a wall, like this one, I'm continuing to hold down the left button, even though it's going right, because I inverted the controls. But if the controls are inverted and you jump like this, if I teleport, it's going to go the direction of my arrow key, not the direction of my actual movement, because the controls were inverted! So we got to make teleport also recognize controls inverted. Yeah, thank you, Will. So we got direction. The direction is probably just going to be host.get direction, and that should fix it. Oh, not get direction, get horizontal. Here we go. So teleport is working like that. Nice. So if I'm here, yep, teleport is fixed. And now I think the one thing that I need to change is that the player's max speed is 400. Having a base wall jump speed of 200 is a little pathetic. Let's make it 260. So here I am just on a wall. Boop, boop. Building up some speed. Shoo. Yeah, that's pretty good. Looking good. All right. I'll make it 300, why not? So now we have wall jump, and lastly we need slow time. No, we don't. We now have 6 powers, which means we can make the powers here in power select randomized. what I'm going to do is on ready here, I'm going to randomize powers. If we look at run manager, it'll start with just teleport. And here in power select, but we gotta say we've got to collect a whole bunch of powers. Our power types. What I'm going to do is I'm going to make an array here for all actual powers. So that the power select menu here is going to be able to randomly select one power from this array. We got teleport, we got double jump, we got bloodlust, we have power slide, we have wall jump. And slow fall. We got slow fall. Ta-da! Okay, now we have 6 powers. And what we gotta do is we gotta select one of them at random for each one of these buttons. And that should probably be done from on high instead of by the buttons individually. So that, yeah, the select powers here will be able to see all 3 buttons and make sure that it's not giving you any duplicates. Alright. We're going to make a variable here called excluded powers, already used powers. And we're going to say for I in hbox container dot get children. So for each one of our buttons, we're going to randomly select a power and set it to the button. And that's going to be easy enough. What I want to do is I want to go back to our player, go back to powers, and look at an older version. Yeah, I'll be fine. I'm just going to say run manager dot powers, not power types. I'm going to get a random one of these. So just randi mod power types dot size. This selects a random one. Var power is equal to one of these. I'm going to say while power is already in already used powers, or power is in run manager dot powers, which is to say that the player has already unlocked it, then we will try again and we'll keep selecting random powers until we get one that is not already being used and is not already unlocked. And then we'll say I, which is this button here, I dot power flag is equal to power. And I dot text is also equal to power. There we go. So now if we open up this power select, yeah, they're randomized! But we have 2 that say wall jump. That's bad. And the reason why that happened is because even though we have already used powers, we're not adding to it. So we'll go to already used powers, push back, power. It's beautiful. All right, oh, look at that. Perfect, we got blood loss, slow fall, and power slide. And I'm gonna pick slow fall. So now that I have slow fall and teleport, I would be able to go through this level. Whoops. Okay, I really think slow fall needs to be using the up button instead of the down button, because the up button just makes so much more sense if we're trying to slow down your fall, like in Ori and the Blind Forest. We'll go to the slow fall state, change it to UI up there. Ta-da! Now, yeah. Teleport. Teleport, slow fall, teleport. Huh. Here we go. And at the end of that, we get another one. Aha! And these are 3 powers that we do not have yet. So I'm going to select Bloodlust. You know what? Oh, I forgot. Right. When a level ends, we need it to reset the checkpoint position. So I'm going to say run manager dot reset level. You know what, actually, we'll put that here. Yeah, when the button says change to level, I'm just going to take a run manager and say go to level. And I'm going to fill up this function later. And by later, I mean right now. Go to level, and it's going to actually go to the next level eventually. But right now what it's doing is it's resetting our checkpoint position. And then spitting us back out to main. But tui. Alright. Whoops. Alright, what I'm going to do is finish up this level. Casual like. Select a power. Double jump. Love double jump. Aha! It says me at the back at the beginning! And now that I have Bloodlust, I should be able to get some HP back. Yeah! That's very nice. And now that I've double jump, it's all very easy to just... Delicious. Yummy enemies. Huh. Huh. Oh, man. Huh. Yeah! So I could just keep doing this over and over, and I think this is going to be an infinite loop, because I have 4 powers and there are only 6 abilities, and so filling up 3 would be impossible. What did I tell you? It's impossible for you to have a power select when you have more powers unlocked than there are abilities left over. So I'll just close this out, and we'll move on. All right. We now have the ability to randomize the powers that are unlocked, and all we need to do now is make 3 handcrafted levels and a cool looking boss. And then we can record it to make a cool looking clip that we can share on social media and see what people say. I should probably do some visual polish as well, just to make it a little more readable. Things like the checkpoint flag and slow fall actually looking good. Okay. Is there anything else we need? No, there will be a lot of polish that we can do. Okay. 3 handcrafted levels. Okay. I'll give the 3 handcrafted levels a different general color look, so they'll all be a little bit different. And what I'll do is also give them a different design philosophy. Let's get started. Tile set. Features, power select. Okay, main is right here, but what I'm going to do is, well, the handcrafted levels aren't going to stay very long, are they? Because we're going to be going to procedural generation eventually. Yeah, I'll just have them right here. And this is going to be test level 1. All right, test level 1 is going to be green. There we go. And as a extra treat, I think I'm going to make the background a different color as well in this level. Yeah. What I'll do is have a script here on the base, which I'm going to be putting into the tile sets main file. I'm going to call it level visualizer. You know what I could do? No. I am forgetting how I do this again. Was it something like... No, I'm going to ask the internet. Internet, how do I programmatically No change background color in code. Here we go. So at ready, we're going to set the default clear color of the rendering server to some exported color. All right, let's say that it's black right now. I open up the test level. Ah, it's a black background. Perfect. Now we're going to change it to be, let's see here. It could be a nice yellow. That's not nice at all. Let's make it blue. Oh, reliable. Darker, yet darker still. The shadows cutting, blah, blah, blah. There we go. All right. It's a basic look, but it works. All right, so this level is green. And as the first level, it is going to have a very basic enemy design where you're just trouncing enemies and jumping over them. It's a happy good time. I think it's also going to have some nice visual features like this. This will be in stark contrast to the other two areas. The first of which I think will be a sparse area, and the third of which I think will be a spike-heavy area. So we got level design philosophies. We've got happy fun times, where enemies are asking to die, things are easily dodged. Go fast. Then we have sparse, and we have deadly. Deadly will be full of spikes, require precision. Sparse, enemies over fast pits, jump on enemies, and be careful. In Downwell, the deadly area was actually the second area, the grave area, where you had a whole bunch of spikes and enemies that were a little more aggressive than what you had in the first area. Then you had a sparse area, which is area number 4, where you were basically just falling through a completely empty pit with a couple enemies just flowing up. The sparse area was actually a lot easier than the deadly area, but it was fun. And then you had a boss area. And of course there was the water area, which I did not like. It was very tough. So I'll see if we want the sparse area or not. Another type would be the monster house. And of course bosses. Oh, and of course labyrinthian, where it's more about the level design being your enemy rather than the enemies being your enemy, because the monster behind you will have a lot better, easier time trying to get through the labyrinth. So let's start with happy fun time, deadly, and sparse, and because those will all have a very different look as well. So just to start off with, yeah, this is going to be a fun area because I think we're going to have people just going up and down and up and down. It's going to be wacky. All right, let's make a little tube here. Where people just... We will add... see, a bouncy spring up here. Let's see, if you're going over here, then you're going to have to go around a whole bunch of enemies. This is a question. Should it be one path or several paths? Because right now I'm really thinking about the wall jump ability for this area. That's too clever by half, I think. What we'll do is something like this, where normally you would have to jump. It's like jump, jump, jump. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. Very basic. We'll have enemies here. We'll put a bunch of jumpers right here. All right, jump down there. Floater. You can fall down and go under, or you can jump on them if you want. We'll put some smushers here. That way, if you jump on these at just the right time, you can also get onto the smushers and go over them, which is cool. We'll have a grassy area of walking enemies right here. And yeah, you know what? Springs are the best, actually. I want a whole bunch of springs. Yeah, so you can go spring, 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 or you can just go spring. Alrighties. There we go. We'll have the camera stop there, I think. Just a simple 5,200. Yep. All right, let's give that a shot. Do. Uh-huh. All right. What's that on the left there? Oh, random unspecified rectangle. Okay. So if you had to double jump this, or really any kind of vertical ability, that one would be easier to do. Boosh, boosh, teleport. Yeah, that's looking real good. I think we can turn the danger zone back on. And one thing that I recognized is that we really want the the enemies to be lighter. They're affected by the modulate as much as everything else, which is not great. But they're placed by the tile map. Not sure what to do in that case. Let's say we got a floater, right? Does the floater have any way to ignore the modulate of its parent? Oh. Oh, that does work. Oh. Making it top level. If we move the tile map, they don't get moved. But that's fine, because the tile map is just a transform of 0. This could wreck me down the line. I should probably not do that. Let's say... Alright, I know what I must do. Wait, no, that won't work. Okay. A way to shade the level without shading any of the enemies. There is one way. It is the only way. I must do it. Alright. What I will do is I will go to this node. Forget that. We want a canvas modulate. The canvas modulate is going to color the entire level. So let's just take the tile map. I want to copy this. Get rid of that. Alright, everything is white now. But if I put it there, oh, everything is green now, including the player and the enemies. But here's where the magic of the canvas modulate starts to appear. Because the beautiful canvas modulate is affected by light. So, if we were to go to the player and give the player a beautiful light, directional light 2D, well, not directional light, a point light. Then we add this glow, and now the player glows. And glows in such a way that is not affected by anything else. And that's beautiful. Now, one thing is that the light also affects the level. So what we want to do is we want to change the visibility. We want to add a light mask. So lights like this, I'm going to say that they only belong to number 2 of light mask. The player should be affected. Or I guess more specifically, the visual aspects of these two things here. The sprites. They should be light mask 2. So that... Yep. So that this light would cause it to look like that. Oh, whoops. Background color should be teal. And the actual level color should be a nice green. Alright. You know what, will also affect the glow. This glow here, it will also be affected. So now if we reopen the test level 1, ta-da! As you can see, the player is nice and white, and the entire level is not. So if we add another light like this to all the enemies will also not be affected by the canvas modulate. Oh no! Oh no! Dead. Okay. Oh, and this is a... Oh, wait a second. I don't need a light at all, do I? I think the canvas modulate only affects things that are within its own light mask. Is that true? No, it is not true. Ah, alas. If only. Whoops, wrong one. Now the thing is, canvas modular is usually used to represent darkness. I don't think the level itself is going to be dark. But I do want the enemies to be separated from the color of the level. This is very difficult. Right. This system is too complicated. Having a canvas modulate and then adding lights. For one thing, lights put on a lot of pressure on the visual engine. That's too much. Having a light for every single enemy. Well, maybe it's not too much. And I guess letting enemies have light could allow for a visual effect, where we're in maybe caves or we're in some kind of dark night atmosphere, and all the enemies really do have lights. And it's like, wow. I guess that might be worth a shot. Okay. We give the player a light. We'll give each one of the enemies a light. And we'll see how that goes. Alright. Tile set, enemies. So the floater now has a light. And we're going to change these visual aspects to belong to the number 2 light mask. The horizontal floater, same thing. Copy. Jumper. We'll have the exact same thing. Light mask 2, enemy nodes, paste. Smusher, same deal as before. All the color X are going to belong to light mask 2. We're going to add a beautiful light. And finally, walker. Light mask 2. Beautiful. All right. As you can see now, they have light over them. Let's open this up. Hup, hup. Those are our floaters. Hup. Ow. Not bad. Okay. Hoo-ah. Okay, okay. Huh. Huh. Hwah. Shing. All right. So the players and enemies are now distinct. What I should do is also add a glow visual. I think the music just turned off. I'm going to swap it with the 16-bit music adventure. Okay. The player has this nice glow sprite. I'm going to add this glow sprite to all of the enemies as well, so that it looks natural. I'm trying not to do too much visual effects because people are going to start thinking this is what the game will actually look like. But this should be fine, I think. Whoops. Music. All right. All right, the walkers also need their glow effect. Or do they? I'm not sure if we really need the glow effects, actually. Yeah, let's just stick with that for now, and we'll just make the player not have a glow effect either. That way, when we go into the test level 1, it just looks normal. There we go. I like it. All right. I'd say that looks pretty good. Now we can move on to the second level. This isn't even really a full level. It's just a snippet of a level. But it's good. It's good. Next is the danger zone. The danger zone is in desperate need of a little bit of light. Well, you know what? Let's just change the danger zone to be complete darkness. Enveloping darkness. Mm-hmm. Run from the encroaching darkness. Oh no. Alright. That is a problem with this spring system, is that they're not close enough together. There we go. Looking good. Alright, next, deadly level. Yeah, you know, we'll do the sparse level. Yeah, deadly level first, actually. Deadly level is nice because it teaches the player that they can't just barrel all the time, they gotta be precise as well. So it's a nice counterbalance to the first act. Alright, this is our second level, and it is going to be red. It's going to be... Well, honestly, blue might not be a bad look on this. Let's take a look. No, it's a bad look. It should be more gray. Let's try that. Yeah, it's like a dark castle. Ah ha ha! I gotta say, this is fun. Just trying to run and make it perfectly. It's very addicting. Ah! Okay. We gotta set up this very difficult evil level. Player, tile map. Alright, so this level is going to be full of deadly lava and spikes and evil things of that sort. In order to make it work, we're going to need... Let's see here. What it's going to have to be a little claustrophobic. So we'll have some deadly lava right there and right there. We'll have a bunch of deadly lava right here. So you gotta jump. Oh no, it's an ad. Stop it. There we go, okay. So it's gonna be deadly in terms of hazards, but it should also be deadly in terms of enemies. I think we're gonna be able to get a lot of use out of smushers in this level. All right. Let's give this a little bit more of a runway so that even when you jump up, you'll have some space to gather some speed and then jump up again. Next up would be And again, there's just going to be lava all over the place, so you got to be real careful. I think maybe we'll have a long let's have a way to get down first. All right. Boom, 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 boom. We'll have a nice wall there, keeping you from hitting the lava after you're nice and falling, and then you got to keep going. Well, actually, I think I'm going to put this at the end of a longer corridor full of enemies. So you're just going to be chugging along, killing a whole bunch of smushers. That's the one to do it. Because the smushers force you to go fast. Floater. All right, smushers and floaters, then you fall down, then you keep running. All right, what would be the next very scary thing to do? Yeah, you gotta jump over this spike area, like so. Actually, we'll make it 2 of those, like so. So you gotta go boom, 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 boom. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There we go. Alright, we don't need mountain springs in this area. That can belong to the foresty grass. But we will want... I say we could also have some jumpers right here. Nope, we're gonna do some horizontal floaters, on top of a bunch of islands. So here we got island, island. There we go. Looking good. Choo, 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 choo. there's the camera. The camera stops right there. We gotta push the camera to the right a little bit. There we go. That would be the end of the level. Looking good. We'll put the at level end right here. We gotta put the at level end right here.
We want ads that drive results. That's why we built Roku Ads Manager.
Nope. All right, back to work. That's level 1, that's level 2. Let's test out level 2 now to make sure it's looking good. All right. Go, go, go. I cannot see the lava because it blends in too well. Oh dear. It's a good thing I'm psychic. And I know exactly where the lava is. Easy, too easy. But I like that. Well, maybe we could add a little bit more difficulty by adding some actual enemies. Maybe some walkers or some thwomps. Let's add some jumpers. Jumper here, jumper here, jumper here. There's jumpers everywhere, why not? Okay. What I need to do is I need to make the lava more distinct. Because right now it's just blending into everything. Let's go to Spike. Maybe a real dark red would work? Oh, that does work. Nice. Oh, that's interesting. Ah! Okay, that's pretty good. Those jumpers jumping into lava, it cracks me up. This jumper here is very good. Ow. Okay. Yep, there's definitely a level that requires you to go a little bit slower. Think about your moves. As was the intention. Hup, hup. There we go! Ta-da! And now you get to choose a power. I'm going to choose a double jump. And we move on to the next level. Beautiful. Ow. That was a very good run. Okay, okay. It was a run. I'll see myself out. What I need to do is I need to remove these jumpers because they are distracting and not even dangerous.
Maybe you've seen them in schools and the community. You may have seen them talking.
That's an ad. Okay. So that is the spiky area. Now all we need to do is add the sparse area. This area is going to be blue. Nice dark blue. I'll make the wall, the background a little bit lighter. It should be darker. Now, what can I say? Everything goes well with gray. So, the plan on this one is that... Woo! Yeah, the plan for this one is that there's just going to be a whole bunch of spikes on the bottom, and you've got to be very precise with your jumping from area to area. So let's give that a shot. We'll first have the player jump up a little bit. With a nice bouncy spring. Let's get rid of all this. Put down the spikes. Very good. Then we add the ground. Let's see here. Some there. Some there. Nice big one up there. And then a couple oneers. Looking good. All right. All right. Some horizontal floaters. We'll have a bunch of smushers. Oh, this is good actually. So the smushers will only see you if you jump, but you must jump, for you see there are some walkers in the way. Yeah. Yeah, that's good. Next, we'll add a nice float. A horizontal floater will go right here. And I think you're just gonna have, well, I don't even know. Yeah, you'll just have to jump over or under or do something with them. Then some precise jumps, and then you're home free. All right, let's try to give that a shot. Boing. All right, here we go. Over the inky black sea of death. Ah! Okay, okay. This is good for a difficult third area. Here we go. Do, do, do. I need some more intense music. This is an intense area. Nope, nope, I do not need an ad. Here we go. Yeah! All right, all right. Ooh. Alright, maybe I made it a little bit too sparse. Or maybe, really, the floaters are just not consistent enough. Locking in! Ah! See, this is why it would be good to have multiple powers at this point. Right now I'm just doing it with my Scrub 1 power. But if I had double jump to go with, that flexibility would give me a lot of power. Let's give that a shot, actually. Run manager. I want to start with teleport and double jump. Here we go. Here we go. Locking in. Yes. Boing. Huh. Yeah. Then I get to choose a new ability. Power slide, bloodlust, wall jump. I'm going to choose bloodlust. Now, when I hit an enemy, boom, it gets an H. Ah! Be careful with your teleports. All right. That's looking good. All right, I've now created 3 levels. And I think they're all pretty good, especially if you get through the sparse area with a couple abilities built up, then you'll be able to do it. All right, what I think I need to do is put back in those checkpoints into this area here. All right. Checkpoint, checkpoint. And then in test level 1. Checkpoint. Checkpoint. Yeah, just 2 checkpoints. It's looking good. I guess I don't really need 3 checkpoints for this area, do I? Perfect. All right. I guess the last thing to do is to bring all of the levels together using the Run Manager. So I'll say var levels queue is equal to each one of the test levels. 2, 3. And then when the power select says go to level, what go to level is going to do is it's actually going to send you to, let's see, if levels queue dot size is greater than 0, then we're going to go to levels queue dot pop front. This is going to take the front value off, and then we're going to go to it. So when we run this multiple times, first it'll do test level 1, then test level 2, then test level 3. Although really I think if we should just go to 2 and 3 because we're going to start in 1. All right, let's give that a shot. All right, let's put back on the music. All right, we start in test level 1 with, we should really start with no powers. No, we should start with 1 power. I'll start with double jump. Okay. We start with double jump. Hup. Hup, hup. Ah! Okay, that last one's tough. But I should be able to just... Yeah! Alright, now I select the power. I'm going to select slow fall. Good, good. I did get that checkpoint. Boom. All right, next ability. I'm going to choose teleport. All right. Huh. Ah. All right, one more go around. Let's give this a shot. Here we go. Oof. All right, this one's the... What just killed me there? Huh. There we go. Boom. And that's all 3 levels back to back. Not bad at all. All right. Now that I have 3 levels I can do back to back and they look good and I can have a nice montage of clips between all of them, I'm going to add a checkpoint flag. I'm going to make the slow fall animation read well so that people know it's a slow fall. And maybe I could add a cool looking boss. That's not a bad idea. And then I don't really know what I'm going to be doing, because I don't want to spend all day working on one idea that no one on the internet is interested in. Well, I guess what we'll do is maybe start a second idea. That'd be fun. Alright. Checkpoint flag, snowfall, optional cool looking boss. Okay, let's get that visual polish down. So first, checkpoint. Alright, when the checkpoint is activated, what we want to do is turn on this extra color rect. This is just going to be like this flag's been raised. It'll be invisible at first. When it's turned on, flag call dot visible is true. And that should be it. What I should do is I'd say, when we get ready, if run manager dot checkpoint position. Wait, that's not necessary. Because if we look here, let's say we touch this flag here. Touch, die. When I respawn, the flag's already activated. So now I can keep going. Click this flag. It's beautiful. Ow! And the flag's back. Next, I should probably give the flag a nice outline.
The chicken or the egg?
So,
The question isn't which came.
all right, we have this color rect here, which is going to be visible behind the parent. It's going to be pure black because it's just an outline. And then, ta-da! Okay. So we're gonna have flag call outline dot visible is true. There we go. Oh, whoops. Ow! Here we go. Da, 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 da. Double jump, click. Yeah, look at that flag. It's beautiful, but it's gone now. Consumed by the abyss. Flag. Very nice. For good measure, I'm going to make the flag also be a light source, so that it will be visible in contrast to the rest of the level. Next, we'll give Slowfall an actual look. I'm going to go to the animation player. We have slide, which is nice. I'm going to swap it out with Slowfall. Where Slowfall essentially does the same thing, I think. Right? Because slide just makes you short. Wait, they are the same thing. What? If that's... Well, wait, no, not quite. What Slowfall is going to do is it's also going to make the character wider. Let's say we're to add the Slowfall animation to our animation player. Handy dandy. Ah. Slowfall. Yeah. Just like when you slide. Crouch. Go back up. Crouch. Go back up. I'm going to make Slowfall actually a little bit wider as well. Let's say 1.75. Perfect. Now, if we go to on slide, we're going to say, now we're going to go to on Slowfall. On Slowfall is going to change the state to Slowfall. We're going to add that as a valid animation type here. Ta-da!
Oh, that's infected.
Let's see here. All right. Let's give that a shot. Oh, I gotta turn on Slowfall. Let's go to the run manager. All right. When I'm acting it, yeah, I become a parachute. Nice. Now, one thing I want to do is Slowfall right now is only activating when you actually press up. What I want it to do is be constantly activating it. So if you land on the ground, but you're still holding down up, you'll go back into Slowfall mode whenever you jump. Which means this has to be process. And this is going to be input. And then it'll start like that. All right, let's give that a shot. Yeah, there we go. I'm just holding down the up button. Yeah. Very good. I do think I'm going to have to keep this moving to the right over and over until I can finally get it to the right availability. Looking good. All right. Real talk. What do we do now? Honestly, I didn't think I would get this far this quickly. It's only 1:45, and I already have 3 handcrafted levels ready to be made into a montage of cool clips. I have 6 powers. I have the ability to randomly select any power I want. Like, that's good. I guess the one thing I could do is have a cool looking boss. But then, I don't know, maybe. I'd much rather have people interested in the core of the game, which is all the running and stuff. Hmm. I'll be making the GIF on my own time, probably tomorrow. I guess the one thing that I could do is add a sword pogo ability to attack. Because I do think that having a sword at all times as your base, being able to attack enemies and sword pogo off of spikes and enemies, would be really cool. Yeah, that would be. People, everybody loves swords, right? This would definitely, I think, help to define the game's identity, as you are a person with a sword running from some big thing, and you're able to sword pogo. And if you're running towards spikes, and you're like, "Oh no, I'm running towards spikes," if you slash the spikes, that would kill all of your horizontal momentum, which would be a really great way to fall down things like this, right? If you're running towards these spikes, slash the spikes to just like stop your forward momentum and then fall. That's pretty neat. Yeah, add a sword, I guess. I do believe in this idea. I think it would be a really cool game. I just, if it doesn't have the magic, it doesn't have the magic, right? So let's try this out. We're gonna give the player a sword, which he can use to kill enemies. Enemies will not be jump onable. Well, I guess for thwomps, I suppose. Well, not even thwomps. You have to sword pogo off of the thwomps. Okay. One thing this means is that bosses could also become a lot more applied, where you're actually just like chasing a boss and slashing them instead of, running at them or something. So I think that would also be really cool. So, sword. Attack in all directions. Sword pogo down. Stop velocity if attacking spikes or wall. Sword, visual effects. Slash enemies, not jump on enemies. And I think what we'll have to do is make a difference between insta-kill lava, which cannot be pogoed, and spikes, which can be pogoed. If you're in the sparse area here, this is just death water. You don't touch it ever. But if you're in here, you can pogo off with some of these spikes, and some of them is lava, which is just death water. So you have to be careful. Maybe it's all spikes, actually. You know what? I like that, actually. I like the mole being spikes in this level and death water in this level. So what I need to do is find a way to actually make spikes look like spikes. And what I need to do a second is make death water different from spikes. Here we have death water. Okay. All right, I'll add a attack visual effect, and the attack visual effect will hit hurt boxes. And if it hits a hurt box, then it will hurt the enemy, and the enemy is going to register being hurt. What this means is that the hitbox here, which was just at the player's feet, is now going to be the sword hitbox. Deathwater is not going to have a hurt box. Spikes are going to have a hurt box. It's just not going to get rid of the spikes. It's just going to register being attacked so that the player will know to pogo in some direction. And also, you will bounce off of enemies if you attack down and horizontally if you don't kill them. Because you don't want to be rushing at an enemy, take your sword, kapow, it doesn't die, and then you smack your face into him and just... No. If there's a really tough enemy that takes a couple hits, then you're going to attack it once, bounce off of it so you don't kill yourself, and then attack it a couple times. That's what it's going to be like for spikes, because spikes are invincible. Let's go to Floater. Floater has this hurt box. I'm just going to steal the hurt box from Floater, go to spikes, and just add a little hurt box here. Perfect. All right. Now, normally we would call get parent.kill. And, it's a hurt box, so I'm going to allow it to do that. But I am not going to actually do anything with killing, because spikes do not die. Let's see here. Enemy nodes. This is the actual enemy nodes script. Spike is going to be slightly different. So I'm going to say enemies, spike, kill, pass. Let's see, Floater, the hurt box, also calls bounce. Well, let's just give enemy nodes an empty bounce function, which does nothing. Might as well, right? Okay. All right, we now have a spike, which can technically be hurt in some sense, but the hurt box is just, let's see here. In the Floater, how big is the hurt box? Oh, it's big, actually. All right, we'll give the spikes a nice, generous hurt box. So you can hurt the box with your sword, even from a nice distance. All right, the hurt box will just do nothing, really. Nothing except register a kill. Except bounce. Really, that's the only thing it's going to do. It's going to tell the character to bounce. But wait, not even that, right? Because what's going to happen is that the sword is going to touch a hurt box, and then it's going to call a function on it rather than actually getting it hurt. Right? Or what can happen is that the area calling bounce is going to keep in mind what the direction of the sword currently is and bounce off of it that way. No, it's too complicated. What we should do is have the sword actually call kill on these things. Function slash. Here we go. If you call slash on a hurt box, then slash is going to return a bool. It's going to return get parent.kill. So now kill is going to have to return a bool, and it will always return false for spikes, and it is going to return true for everything else. Now I'm going to show you why this works. Register kill, stop area bounce. What we'll probably have to do is remove this whole bounce thing. It's not needed anymore. Registering kill, I guess we could keep that. I don't know. Let's not. Registering kill will just be done from within the slash function. Let's go to the player. All right, so now we have a player. The player is going to have a nice, I'm going to call this a Let's just do a color rectangle. It's going to be changed to a sprite eventually. But for now, we have this nice color rectangle. And you know what? Let's make it 2 of them just so we can have a nice slash looking thing. Yeah. All right. I'm going to call this sword. Sword will be like this, this, or this. Sword, it might be better to have 4 swords. Yeah, okay. So we've got a node 2D, which I'm going to call sword manager. We're going to have sword right. Do I? Oh, yeah. So characters here. Right now, it is going to flip around whenever he turns around. So you've got sword forward, sword up, and sword down. And then we're going to make each one of these visible as the situation arises. Here is our hitbox. This is what actually does damage. It is going to be connected to our sword. This one is going to be like this. Let's get a nice big hurt box. Or hitbox, it's dangerous, it's humongous. And then we'll add some different hitboxes for the other guys. Paste. Yeah, okay. Paste. Layout, transform, it was -90. This one's going to be a nice +90. And I mix these 2 up. Perfect. These are going to be invisible at first, and the hitboxes themselves are going to be disabled. They will be turned on as slash happens. Sword manager is going to have its own script that manages this. All right. All right, right now we have, I'd say, 3 different inputs. We have jump and we have teleport. Now we need slash. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to change teleport to be C. And then I'm going to add slash. And slash is going to have the key X. Looking good. Teleport. Oh yeah, we gotta have a cooldown. All right. All right, and then we're going to say when we slash, the direction is either going to be right, left, or up. I'm going to say if input dot is action pressed. Well, maybe the event itself will recognize that. Is action pressed up? Then it'll be up. Otherwise, down. In all their cases, it'll be sideways. Sword forward. Dot disabled is false. Wait, even better. Even better. Swords will have their own animation tree. Yep. Here we go. So an animation tree is based off of the animations of an animation player. We're going to have one animation called sword forward. We'll just go forward. And we'll say on sword forward, we are going to make it visible. By default, it will not be, but in this case, it will suddenly become visible. And then, and this hitbox here will become not disabled. It will be enabled. Ta-da! All right, sword forward. Now, if we go to our animation tree, we're going to have a state machine. And it's going to go towards our animation player. We have forward and we have reset. It can immediately go here. And it will automatically, whoops, return to the reset. Here we go. So let's try that out. So we have this active tree forward. Yeah, 1 second of slash. A little ugly, but you know what? It's good. But it should be short. So I'm going to make it 0.4. And the sword will have a cooldown of maybe 0.5. So it'll be a nice fast slash that you can do. Let's make it 0.2 seconds. How was that? Yeah. Fast. I like it. Let's duplicate this bad boy for the other two. Down. Down is going to be sword down here, which is invisible by default, but in this case it will be visible. And its hitbox is usually disabled by default. Oh, whoops. But in this case it will be enabled. And finally, we have sword up. Same deal. Invisible by default. Visible in this case. The hitbox, disabled by default. Enabled in this case. All right. Forward, up, down. Let's try that. So we shoot down, up, 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 down, 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 forward, forward, forward. It's perfect. Now if we go to the sword manager, we can say animation tree dot, oh, what was it again? Here we go. It's ugly, I know. Godot's weird like that. You have to actually get the playback and then call travel. This one will be up. This one will be down. This one will be forward. And then the hitbox itself. What we want to do is all these swords. It's going to say connect, area entered, area entered. These hitboxes will be able to recognize when they are touching a hurt box. Here we go. Area entered, area. if area dot is in group hurt box, then we're going to do some killing. Let's go back to floater. So floater has a function here on the hurt box. No, the hit box does damage, hurt box receives. Okay. I think what's going to happen is we're going to have to, well, no, maybe we're going to have to invert the damage calculation. Yeah, let's invert it. So the hurt box is going to be a layer, and the hit box is going to be a mask. Okay. Yeah, an enemy's hurt box. Well, let me see if I got this right. What we want is the player's sword is going to, recognize the enemy's hurt box. Oh. We might have a player-centric system. Yeah. Okay. So the mask is what receives any signal, and the layer is what sends a signal whenever it comes to these kind of on area entered collision. So what we're saying is that the player is always going to receive all the information about anything that touches it. It is going to receive information from the enemy when it is touched by an enemy, and is going to receive information from the enemy when the player is attacked by an enemy. So the swords are going to receive the info. And we're going to say is when area is entered. What this means is that all hurt boxes, all enemy hurt boxes, must be a layer instead of a mask, which is different from how it's been up to this point. So let's go do that. Every hurt box must be a layer. Jumper, hurt box, layer. Thwomps don't have hurt boxes, they can't be hurt. Yeah, the spike and the walker. The walker's hurt box must be a layer. There we go. Now we go to the player's swords. The swords are going to sense when an enemy's hurt box has come in contact with a sword. When that happens, we're going to go to the enemy's hurt box and call kill. We're going to say area.kill. Well, if area.kill, then we're going to bounce. Let's go with far success, or is killed. Here we go. So if an enemy is killed, we'll find out about it. If is killed, then we're going to do some bounce code. And that's going to depend on whether or not this is a horizontal, up or down hitbox. Just to make sure. Yeah, it looks like enemies, they don't have scripts on their stuff because they don't really receive info. Because these are layers, not masks. Yeah. Okay. So we'll do a bounce based on direction, and we may have to do something else later, but let's just focus on this part. Well, first, if we do successfully kill, then we got to register the kill. Makes sense. If it is not killed, then we have to bounce. Well, let's see here. At export, var is down. Bool is false. So if this is a down attack, then we're going to bounce anyways. But if we don't kill it, then we're going to bounce no matter what. We're going to bounce in a weird way. Oh, this is weird. Okay. Up, down, forward. Attack direction. Here we go. All right, we have now created an enumerated type. This is just a type that is based off of labels, and the enumerated label has an attack direction. So now I can say if the attack direction is equal to down, then bounce like that. Otherwise, when we bounce, yeah, and now I can go to each individual hitbox and say, okay, this one is the down, this one is the up, and this one is the forward. Now what's going to change is bounce, because what you bounce like depends on what direction you are. So if we are at down attack, then we just do the regular bounce. But if we are the up attack, and we have hit something that we could not kill, then that means we're going to be, I'm just going to say host, oh, not host. Okay, we're going to say get parent dot kill jump. So if you are going up, then you're going to stop going up. And if we are going forward, well, I don't want you to bounce off too hard. We'll just say kill horizontal speed. And we'll do bounce horizontal. Well, not bounce. It's more like you go backwards a little bit. How about recoil horizontally? That should work. All right. This is just a pass through, so we'll have kill jump. It's just gonna call get parent on kill jump. Recoil horizontally is just gonna call the main player script. Maybe we shouldn't call it kill jump. That's going to be confusing. We'll just call it stop jump. All right. Let's add these two. We'll put them by bounce. First, stop jump. So when we stop jump, we're jumping upwards, and we're going to say if velocity.y is less than 0, if we're going upwards, then we want to say velocity.y is equal to 0, to say just stop, and then you're going to fall by gravity naturally. If you recoil horizontally, it's going to be a little sillier. So, oh shoot, what we have to do is we have to say recoil horizontally, but in what direction? Oh, I know what to do. We'll say recoil backwards. By default, you're always going to recoil in the opposite way that you are going, because you only ever slash in the direction that you're going. Yeah. So recoil horizontally is going to say if our direction is equal to get direction, specifically negative get direction. Okay. Well, that's not quite right, is it? Yeah, Houston, we got a problem. But let's just go with what we have for now. We can fix it later. Do the simple solution and then make it more complicated if we have to. So the direction is negative get direction. We're going to say if host.velocity.x, this is the way we're going left or right, if it is the exact same as the way let's see if we want to recoil horizontally, we're going to be going in a direction opposite from whatever this is. Then we're going to say host.velocity x is equal to direction times 50, something small, nothing. Just a little bit of backwards velocity. That should work. Oh, right. Okay, so if our horizontal direction is different from the way that we're supposed to recoil, then we're going to recoil. And the recoil is just going to be a slight go off in the opposite direction. Okay. Well, let's see how this looks. Okay. It slashed once and it's not working anymore. Let's see. If I go to the player and go to the sword manager, we have the cooldown. And the cooldown isn't decreasing at all. That's the problem. What we had is in the double jump, we had a physics process that would decrease. Well, no, it's not physics process, it's teleport. And teleport, there was this physics process here, which would bring down the cooldown. The sword manager needs that. There we go. Back to test level 1. Up. Alright, it's not allowing me to attack sideways in any way. So, I'm going to have to fix that. It looks like my fear was true. That event.isAction pressed only keeps track of one action. So it's not going to say, oh, we're slashed and we're up. Or we're, you know, all that. So what I got to do is just go to input to get the objective global view of our keys being pressed. So if action has been, if slash has been pressed, then we're going to look at the global view to see if up and down are being pressed. All right. Oh. Whoops. And for good measure, I'm going to take our light. Where's our light? Here we go. And just make it a little bit bigger. And I'm going to make all of our swords affected by the light because they look green and that's not good. There we go. Now let's see if I can slash these guys. Looks like I missed. Oh, it looks like they're just they're not dying. Yep, they're not dying at all. And jumping on them no longer kills them, which is a good sign, right? Because now I have to slash them, but the slashing is not working. All right, let's figure out what's going on here. I'll go to player. Oh, let's put on some music. Sorry, y'all. All right. If we go to slash up down. All right, if we look at the player's hitbox, the hitbox has a mask of 3, and these floaters that we're trying to kill have a layer of 3. So I should just be able to go to any one of these, have their area entered, try to kill one of them, and oh, whoops, it does set off this. But, that fails. The reason it fails is because the floater here actually doesn't have the group. But frankly, it shouldn't need to because we've set the layers up so that the only people who are going to have this level 3 layer is going to be hurt boxes that we can actually attack. Which means this whole thing about are you in the hurt box group? Unnecessary. All right, let's go back to it. Attack. All right. Oh no, it's an ad. Where was I? Oh yes. Slash failed because it expected an argument. Oh, I guess it makes sense because the hurt box here has slash where it talks about the area attacking. I will give you of myself. Did it fail again? Register kill. Non-system function register kill in base color rect. Oh, right. That's a problem. What we gotta do is we gotta... Here's what we'll do. I'm gonna make the hitbox sword forward. This is gonna be the base. Everything else is just some flashy images placed on top of this beautiful sword hitbox. So that way, sword down, sword up. There we go. So now if we look at this, we can say up, down, forward, up. Good, good. Okay, sword down. We gotta rotate it like that. It looks like sword down. Yeah. Oh, I see. Okay. Just some rotation shenanigans. Ta-da! What I think we should do is make each one of these unique and give them a little bit more space. Good. Now let's go back to the test level, give this a shot. All right. Slash. It did nothing. It did nothing. All right, let's take a look at this. Up, down, down, forward, forward, up, up. Oh no! Something very strange is happening. This collision shape is strange. Let's look at down. So down, it looks like it's accessing the right collision shape, but up is not. Sword up should be accessing this collision shape. Forward. Do, 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 do. Down, forward. It's perfect. Let's go. Now that the animator is set correctly, so it will actually turn on our sword colliders. Register kill. Oh. Right, so this sword box is going here. Yeah, okay. Register kill. Register kill. Register kill. Register kill.
Roku Ads Manager puts Roku's reach within your reach. Sign up at ads.roku.com.
Alright, does that bounce me up?
Today on the Legends of L'Oreal, the infallible foundation.
Nope. No ads. Okay. Attack direction down. Should call bounce. Oh, it has to pass through. So the sword manager has to be able to pass through the ability to bounce all the way up. Here we go. Yeah, those guys, they will kill you. So, nice. Okay. This is a serious issue. Attacking is currently rotating, making it less consistent when the player is, rotating like this. There is only one solution, and it is a simple solution. We are not going to be having the player actually. The sword manager is not going to be following the player's actual rotation and animation. These are two separate things. Now what this means is that the sword forward is not going to be rotating with the player when it eventually rotates. But that's okay. We'll have sword right, and we will have sword left. All right. Sword right, sword left. All right, this is going to be just called right, and then we're going to make another one called left. So now up, down, left, right are all different. And this deal is here is going to be the exact same as all the others. By default, it's going to be disabled, but in this particular case, not. By default, it is going to be invisible. In this particular case, it is visible. We're going to put it on the animation tree to be left. Like so. Next, we're going to go to the sword manager and actually show it. So we have right. I'm going to say LF is pressed UI right. If left, then you'll do left. Now this is where things get interesting, because we also want to say whatever the direction is. So we'll say otherwise if get parent dot velocity dot x is greater than 0. Otherwise, if it's less than 0, then it'll go left. Otherwise, okay, this is for movement. Now, if you're at a standstill, I guess we'll do it based off of, I don't even know, the direction you're facing by default? But we don't have a direction you're facing by default yet. I'm just going to have an else here that says, in all other cases, just attack right. Maybe we can use some if statements for your base direction later. Let's give that a shot. Here we go. Oh. I am dead. Left is working. Down is working. Up is working. But right is not working. Why not? Sword right. UI right. Right. Left. If you attack right, oh, it aborts because of a looped transition? 1 second. Ah, there's no animation because we renamed it from forward to right. There you go. All right, that should do it. Right, up, down. All right, let's give it a shot. Boom, 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 boom. Attack. Ah. All right, let's try that again. Attack, attack. Not fast enough. Here we go. Double jump. Now that's just a bounce spring, but I'm going to change it so that the thwomp has to be pogoed. Oh, what was that? Hold on. Ow. I think I have to jump on him. Yep. Okay. Here we go. Right. Jump. Cool. Ow. I think that's good. Now what I have to do is I have to make thwomps jumpable. Alright. Thwomps and spikes. And what I should probably do is make the sword attack bigger. Because right now it's very slight. And it's not good. Because when you're going really fast, you need a really big sword. Let's see here. Let's say double the size of the character, I guess. There we go. All right, next is up and down. Now the size here is 88 by 34. Here we're going to do 34 by 88. And we're going to use this exact same shape for below and above. Here we go.
Did you take your vitamins back?
It's a trailer. It's a... All right, back to work. Down. There we go. And finally, a hurt box. So right now, you can't be killed if you're standing on an enemy because the hurt box is teeny tiny. We're going to increase it so it's like that. There we go. Attack, 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 attack. All right. Tell you what. The attacks are also going to be generous in terms of their width. Like so. It always feels really good when you're attacking and it's consistent and applicable. It would feel terrible if you did an attack and it somehow missed because the enemy was like right up here. So a nice big hurt box. Alright. We should probably change the sword look as well, but for now, it's a little bit too much for the sword pogo, I think. Okay, because if I'm right here, well, maybe that's not too much. Let's make the sword actually have that correct size and see what it looks like after that. All right. Yeah, I'll make it a little bit shorter. Size is 78. All right. I can change all of these so that their size is 78. Okay. The vibe I'm going for here is Hollow Knight, where the Hollow Knight sword would have a nice big arc slash. It'd be like a visual effect. Let's say double jump. So then you can sword pogo with your cool big sword slash, which would be nice and big. I think the attack here is a lot slower than Hollow Knight's though, because the cooldown is too high. So I'm going to change the cooldown to... Yeah. You know what? Let's have it be slow, and there can be a power, or like an upgrade, that makes it faster. So let's try this. Okay. Okay. Yeah. It could be a slow and you just have to dodge and attack only when you can, or you can get the power up that makes you attack fast. Do. Alright, thwomps and spikes. Stop velocity if attacking spikes or wall. Yeah, okay. So spikes have a hurt box, which means you should just be able to bounce off of them. What I gotta do is actually have to implement them and make them look good. Alright. Okay, 7. Ta-da! Alright, that's a terrible looking spike, but it'll do. And I'm going to make all the spikes also white. Or you know what I can do? We got this, which is the bottom spike. All the other stuff, they're going to be a little tinged red because they're evil and deadly. Nah, it's better if they're all white. All right. Tile map, tile set, spike, enemies. Oh, I see. I'll put Death Water in here for the future, but right now we just have Spike, which we can see here. Lots of spikes. Okay. Let's see if we can poke off of them. It actually looked pretty good. I was certain that they would look terrible. Look at that. What we should do is make the spikes a little bit darker. Give them a sort of black outline. And make them all shorter. Layout, transform, size, 40. There we go. All right. Let's give that a shot. Yeah, it's impossible to see with that black outline. Here we go.
Co-pilot, I'm freaking out about the speech right now. How can I get it together?
All right.
All right. I think I just have to... whoops, wrong one. Let's open up the level again and take a look at how the spikes are now. Ta-da! All right. Okay. Jump up. Now, right now, we just have thwomps that you just jump on. They're little bouncy boys. I don't want that. I want you to have to actually use your sword to get up them. Ah! Ow. That's interesting. You can jump on spikes? Hold on a second. That's not allowed. Oh, wait a second. That's just a coyote jump. Right. That is a feature I implemented. Okay. So you got spikes that kill you, and they're very scary. That's interesting. Wait. Okay. If I'm just on the floor, I can still down attack, which means that if I were to jump like this, yeah, I don't even have to jump. Okay, this is a horizontal attack, and it just errored out. Recoil backwards does not exist in Sword Manager. Alright, sorry if there's some noise in the background. That's me vibrating excitedly. Alright, Sword Manager does not have a recoil backwards function. That's a problem. Thankfully, it is an easy fix. There we go. Okay. Hup. Let's get back to that point where we can test out recoiling backwards. Hup. Recoil backwards does not exist in character body. I made it in character body. Oh no, I named it recoil horizontally. Alright. Let's see if there's any more horizontalies around. Alright, that should fix it. Alright. Let's give this a shot. Oh no, boom. Oh, but I kept walking. Okay, the recoil backwards speed should be faster then, I think. Because if we look at how this shook out, yeah, I did recoil backwards a little bit, but not enough. So player, recoil backwards. Let's make it 50. That should give the player enough time to stop walking to the right. Ow. Yeah. Oh. Nice.
We're calling on all late night coders,
Oh,
early
whoops.
morning gamers, self-proclaimed
That's interesting. Not sure how I feel about that. So what happens over here is that you have a down attack that chains on multiple enemies, like so. All right, you got enemy number one. One down attack could get you high enough to touch both of them. Ha ha ha! Okay, okay. Let's see here. Right. I'm gonna go back here, and that's all spikes, but this here has to be death water. So that you can't sword pogo it. There we go. You just gotta dodge. Perfect. And death test level 3 also needs a whole lot of death water. Smusher, jumper, horizontal. What? Huh. Alright, let's go here. This tile set I'm going to save as tile set. I'm just going to call it our tile set. Tile set dot trez. Good, good. Now I can go into the tile map and there should be death water. Yep. Looking good. Perfect. Next is swamps. Or smushers. Okay, I don't need this bounce box area at all. Because instead we're going to have something similar to the spikes, where they have this hurt box that doesn't do anything. If I go here, yeah, that'll do it. This hurt box goes to the parent and says, "Hey parent, what should I be doing?" The parent says, "Don't do anything, man. Don't do anything." And what we have here is a problem that we currently have the enemy nodes allow you to actually die. So I'm going to say it's export var invincible. Bool is false. By default, you will not be invincible. But if you are invincible, return. You're going to do nothing. Return false. Perfect. So now we have an enemy node, which is invincible, but you can still slash and bounce off of it. All right, let's go back. Let's see if I can poke off the... Ow. Let's try that again. Huh. 3 times the charm. Just dodge under it. Huh. Okay, the problem is that I can't sword pogo off of it because I can't slash him fast enough. If he's not moving. There you go. So if I upwards attack this enemy, it's going to call stop jump on sword manager.
After a car wreck, things can get really tough.
All right. Sword manager. Okay. Stop jump is just going to call get parent dot stop jump. There we go. Beautiful. What do y'all think? If I am facing this here swamp, I can jump like this and jump on them using the sword pogo. Problem is that it's not quite... It's not easy. We'll just put it that way. But it is doable. Now, what about a sword hitting multiple things at once like that? Like, that's... Okay, tell you what. Yes, you can attack multiple enemies at once, but the attack is very, very fast. I'm talking like a split second. So because of that, it could attack, 3 small enemies, just kill them all. But only if they are all in a group, really clumped together. There's 1, 2, 3, 4. Looking good. All right. One more try. Hup. One thing I gotta check. Cool. You cannot sword pogo off of the death water. Good, good. Ow. Very nice, very nice. Oh, with a double jump and a sword pogo. Oh, that's so much better. That is so much better. It just goes to show how much even a small improvement in your abilities makes everything flow a lot better. Yeah. Let's add wall jump. I'm not sure if I'm going to be using it here, but sword pogo should be enough for me. Ow. That thing again. I don't. What hit me? Very strange. All right. Okay, I could have used the wall jump there, actually. All right. What is that? I'll have to figure that out later. Boom, boom. Beautiful. I love it. I love it. Yep, that's my legs. When they vibrate. Gotta keep my legs from vibrating somehow. It's a habit. Okay, thwomps and spikes. Stop velocity if attacking spikes or wall. Check. And the sword is looking pretty good. Okay. I suppose we could add some basic powers related to the sword, such as making it faster. Boosh. Ow.
Make your lashes a big deal.
New paradise.
I'm good. I'm good, really. Don't need mascara. Teleport and other powers only reload on touching the floor or an enemy. Maybe. Alright. I think I'm gonna add some sword abilities. Well. I'll think about that. About whether or not the wall recoil is good enough, or if maybe you should be like disabled from walking to the right for maybe a split second, just to keep you from to make the recoil feel more legit. But more relevantly, it seems that the player keeps dying in a weird way, so I'm going to try to get to the bottom of that. Here we go. So let's say we're just chilling over here, and I'm like, oh my goodness. I die. Good. And then I die again. Now, what killed me this time? My hurt box was entered by the danger zone hitbox. What? Okay, the danger zone hitbox is at this exact moment yeah, it's only 8 wide. How in the world could the danger zone hitbox have killed me? The only way would have been if the player had been somehow moved into the danger zone itself. Right? Root node 2D danger zone hitbox. That position is 0, 0. Oh, what's this? The position of the danger zone hitbox is in a very weird position. Is it always like that? No. What? Position is equal to size divided by 2. But the size of the danger zone is just... yeah, it's teeny tiny. Oh, well, let's check the remote. The danger zone's width is... okay, it's very wide, yeah. Okay. So somehow we got done in by the danger zone. Very strange. That's a normal death. Beautiful. Oh. Oh? Well, that's really, that's not going to do anything, right? Because, yeah, because you're already dying. So that's not it. Let's say you die here. I was just using my different screen in order to look at both at the same time. Alright, a regular death. Okay, it's been done again, this time because of, yeah, the danger zone Oh. Oh. Okay. It looks like there is a split second when the player leaves the death state. If you look here, the player is no longer dead. Or the state is no longer dead. It's on ground. So the problem is that there is a split second when changing scenes where the player is no longer on the death state, but this is still running. And it's saying, oh my goodness, he's not in death state anymore. Let's kill him. But he did die. What this means is we have to say, Var is dead. And right here, we'll say, yes, you are in fact dead. Yeah. Cool. There's no chance of undoing that. You are just dead. Alright. Let's turn off the ads. Okay. Oh, whoops. So now we should just be able to... Hup. Okay, I think we're good. Oops. Alright. Oh, also my sword isn't working anymore for some reason. Why is my sword not working? Yeah, this is very strange. Why is the sword not doing anything anymore? Alright, let's see. Here the cooldown is 0. Good. What, did this not count as slash? I pressed the slash button. Oh, what? What? How in the world did X get unset? Oh, whatever. Alright, that looks good. Alright, now, if I press X, it should... Well, okay, maybe I have to close out of this and restart it. Here we go. Alright. Run. Attack. Run. Alright, slash is working again. Good, good. There we go. Okay. I suppose I could add some more powers related to the sword. Some powers related to the sword would be these ones here. Alright. Increased attack speed, range, super high sword pogo. I think there's going to be a charge attack. Does super pogo if attack is down. And this is going to be more useful when we have some enemies that require multiple hits. Sword dash, which would be both a dash and an attack. Sword dash might be cool if you can get another dash if killing enemy with it. Doesn't reload until touching ground. And the sword dash can go any of 8 directions. Okay, so it can be diagonal dash as well. So you can go. Goes through even invincible enemies. So it can function sort of like a teleport. Break walls at a charged attack. Yeah, I think the charge attack would just kill enemies and allow super pogo. Alright, increase attack speed, increase attack range. Those are the most basic ones. Let's add those as powers. Alright, I'm going to call this Longsword. Longsword is going to increase your attack range. Player.set sword size 1.5. I don't think it has to be anything more complicated than that. Now let's go to the power and run manager. Long sword. Long sword. And what do you know? Sword. I don't know why I said what do you know? I don't know anything of it. Apparently. Here we go. Funk. What was the longsword function? Set sword size. Set sword size. Size. Float. This is going to affect our sword manager. Set sword size. Sword manager dot set sword size. All right. And then once a sword manager gets this command, it is going to actually make it. Now, just to explain, this initialize is called on the very first frame when the player is created, when the powers become available for this scene. It's going to happen every time that the scene is reloaded. This means that the player size is going to be set at the very beginning of the level, any time where this power is active. And then, the sword's going to be that size for the entire run until you die, at which point, when it restarts the level, same thing again. Now, actually setting the sword size is going to be trickier. What I would like to do is just be able to... Oh, I could totally do that. Just... Yeah, that would work. What I gotta do is take both of these, set them right there. Looking good. All right, 1, 2, 3. Now for both down and up as well. All right. Now, all of these have a scale that can cause their sword to scale outwards, like that. So I'm going to go to the sword manager, and when set sword size is called, we're just going to take sword right dot scale is equal to vector 2.1 times 1.5 left, up, down. There we go. Next, I'm going to go to the run manager and make it so we have longsword at the very beginning. So now if we open this up, we should be able to see the effect. Yeah, look at that. Look at that big sword. Ow. Oh, I wonder if the sword could stop the thwomps. Maybe a charge attack could. Alright, this is with longsword. This is... Oh, longsword's still active. Okay, let's try that. Because this is... There. Oh, yeah, that is much smaller. Good old longsword. Nice! Longsword really does make a difference. Alright, same thing for Sword Storm. Duplicate. Sword Storm. Set sword speed. Same deal. 1.5 times the speed. Player. Set sword speed. 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 I am speed. Ta-da! Oh, whoops. Sword manager. Here we go. Set sword speed. Here we have cooldown time, cooldown, and now we're going to have a speed multiplier, which is going to start out as just 1.0. Normal. Good. When set sword speed is called by the special power that we may have, the sword multiplier increases! And we're going to say multiply by is equal to, there we go, so that we could stack multiple multiplications. So 1.5 times 1.5 times 1.5, which would be really cool. Now, whenever we set the cooldown, it's going to be, 1 second. All right. It's going to be cooldown time divided by speed multiplier. So if we have 1.5, this 0.4 is going to become whatever 0.4 divided by 1.5 is. Calculator. $2.6. Ah ha ha ha. It'll become 0.26 seconds each time you want to attack. Let's go to the run manager and set this up. All right. Sword Storm. Sword Storm. Run manager. Let's give you a sword storm. All right, it's looking great. Oh, yeah, that's terrifying. Yeah. Is that too fast? I mean, you basically become invincible. Maybe it's a bit too fast. let's say we want to go just from 0.4 to 0.3. That would have to be 3/4, which would be 0.75. And that'd be 4/3, which is 1.3. Okay, I'm going to change Sword Storm instead of being 1.5 to be 1.333. That way the time between attacks goes from 0.4 to 0.3, which is still pretty good, but not absolutely insane. So that's, this is the speed, regular. No, this is Sword Storm speed. If we just change it to double jump. Yeah, that's a lot, that's slower. All right, change it back. Now I can't really feel the difference anymore. Maybe 1.5 really is the way to go. Yeah, you can really feel the difference there. Okay. You could still die, I guess. Huh. Nice. Ow. Alright, I'm still dying randomly, though. That is strange. Ow. Well. We'll see what happens. Anyways, so we now have those two powers. Increase attack speed and increase attack range. Looking great. Next we have charge attack. Sword dash. Oh, also gotta put Sword Storm here among the list of abilities. Okay. Yeah, charge attack I think would be a great power to look at. And sword dash would also be really cool. I think if we're going to be fast like this, I think we should also allow diagonal sword attacks. So that it would be more flexible. Yeah. Yeah, when you're this dynamic, bouncing all over the place, trying to run from enemies, it would make sense to be able to attack diagonally as well. Okay. So there will be a charge, and then there will be an attack. Okay. If input dot is action pressed slash var charge time. No, that wouldn't work. Because this is going to be an ability. Yeah, okay. Let's take power slide. Duplicate. This is going to be charge slash. Charge slash, you're gonna hold it up and be like. That means that this power has to have a process function wherein it checks if slash is being held. We're gonna have a variable called charge time, which will be a float. If slash is being held down, charge time increases. We will have an input event for is action released slash wherein charge time is going to be set to 0 either way, but if charge time is greater than the amount of charge time required, then we're going to do a charge attack on the host. And what we got to do is set a visual effect to show that the charge is held up. So here we would do host dot animate flashing. True. And when we release it, we would say false. Because the flashing will only be done when we have this charged up attack setup. Okay. We need two scripts. All right, two functions. The first is charge slash. And the second is animate flashing. Animate flashing will take in a true false value to say whether or not it should be on or off, and the charge slash is just going to be an attack that goes to the sword manager and says, do a charge slash. Yes. A charge slash will have an extra big attack range and be very dangerous and powerful. And animate flashing is going to be its own thing. So let's go to the sword manager. here we have all this stuff that happens when we do a slash, and that's all perfect, and we want to keep that. What I'm going to do is I'm just going to put this into its own function called slash. And that way we can always activate an attack from an external source, such as, for example, a charge slash function. So let's put it right here. I'm going to say func charge slash pass. This is going to be a function that lasts for a little bit because its first job is to set sort size. Well, first what we gotta do is we're gonna say var default sort size. It's gonna be equal to, oh, even better. We've got this default sort size here, which is gonna start out as 1.0. It's going to be multiplied out. And we'll be able to hold on to this default sort size so that when charge slash happens, it's going to do something very cool, which is it is first going to set the sort size to extra big, do a slash, wait for 0.5 seconds, and then set the sort size back to its original size. Yep. A slash is actually just 0.1 seconds, so it can be 0.2. And I think what we have to do is, when any of these swords actually do an attack, we have to recognize that it is going to be a super powerful attack. However, we have an advantage, which is that all of these are going to register a whole bunch of attacks and stuff, and then tell the sword manager about it. Yeah, the sword manager is where all the hitboxes go to resolve their effects. So we're going to attack area. I don't think I'm going to need either of these anymore. Or I guess more specific. Well, oh, I am going to need bounce actually. I'm going to need both of these. But what I am going to do is there's going to be a function called attack area. Right now, all it does is it calls area dot slash, passing itself in. Okay. Well, it will return whether or not it's dead. Area hitbox. The hitbox will say, yeah. We'll still pass in the hitbox just because that's what the slash expects, but maybe we won't in the future. So the attack area just does an attack, and that's nice and all. But we are now going to have an extra cool variable called isChargeSlash active, where when we start a charge slash, it's set to true. When we stop the charge slash, it's set to false. And when we are attacking, we will attack twice if a charge slash is active. So if we're in the middle of a charge slash, anything it attacks will get double damage. Oh, you know what? What was it? Where are you? Here we go. Yeah. All right. If the charge slash is active, then we're going to do 2 attacks. All right. If we attack once and you're killed, we'll just return true. No need to attack twice when it's already dead. But if not, we'll be attacking twice with the charge slash. Okay. I think that's everything. Oh, of course. We also need the visual effect. Animate flashing. This one's going to be tricky. The best thing to do would be to use an animator. But which animator? Okay. Yeah. So let's make a new animation called flashing. And this animation is just going to affect our basic squares outline. Again, this square is just a placeholder graphic, but we can make it flash pretty easily. Right here, we have this outline. What I'm thinking of doing is taking this outline color and just changing it to white, and then just flip between them. So we'll say it's black, then white. Oh. Let me turn off the animation tree. It seems to be getting in the way of this animation. Yep, black then white. Okay. And we'll make it loop. All right, good enough for me. Now this animation tree is going to be tricky because we actually need to remove the state machine and make an animation tree. An animation tree is a special type of animation that actually merges multiple animations together. So we can have the flashing and the state machine and combine them together. So what I'm going to do is, hopefully this will work. Player, I'm going to have the player state machine here. I'm going to have the blend tree. And then I'm going to have a state machine. And for the state machine, I am going to load the player state machine. The selected resource, animation node state machine, does not match the type expected for this property. Animation state machine playback. Potato, potato. Okay, I think I see. We don't want this state machine here. We want this state machine playback. I'm not too sure the nuance, but okay. All right, player state machine playback. Removing one removes both. Now we'll add the state machine and load this playback. Ah, it works. If I open the editor, Oh, it's got nothing. Nope. Okay. Well, I'll just have to remake the animator from scratch, which is not that hard because it only had like 4 things in it. So we have idle, slide, slow fall, and dead. Idle is where we go by default. Everything will always return to idle. Well, except for dead, I suppose. Slide and slow fall will have a pretty fast return and an even faster start time. This I remember. Nothing connected to output. Oh, right. So the blend tree works like this. You have several nodes that lead into the output, and that's how you make the final animation. You just blend and mix them together until then. So let's actually use a blend tree now. What I can do is have the state machine and this one animation here, which is going to be flashing. And then I'm going to have an add. So this is going to be movement. Ta-da! All right, so we've got a regular movement, and we've got this flashing animation, and this add value. So when this is 1, we're adding the animation. When it's 0, we're not. So let's say that we're sliding. We can add a flash. In fact, we can have the flash added no matter what we're doing in this state machine. It's beautiful. It's fantastic. Flash value. Perfect. So now when we go to the parameters, flash value, add amount, this is what we want to update. This parameters flash value add amount. When we set it to 1, flash is on. When we set it to 0, flash is off. We can now go to the player. We'll say animation tree dot get this. Well, no, we're not trying to get, we're trying to set. We'll set it to 1.0. If flag. Otherwise, 0. Beautiful. All right. Finally, we're going to add the charge slash to our regular power setup. So the run manager is now going to have charge slash. The power loader is going to have charge slash. Perfect. And we will start with charge slash. So that way we can test it. All right. Looks like there's an error. Oh, right. Because we have reordered our player's animation tree setup, in order to actually make calls on the animation state machine here, we have to use a slightly different path. No longer are we doing parameter playback. It is now parameter movement playback. You know, just a slight addition. All right, let's try that. Ta-da! All right. Whoops. All right, charging. It's charging. It's charging. All right. Whoa. All right, this is a regular attack. Okay, that's a charge attack. It looks like it never stops doing the charge attack. Okay, I'm not sure what's going on. It's not working. Let's go back to the charge slash and see what's going on. Here we go. All right, his action press slash. It starts animation flashing. Okay, so first of all, it should not be flashing until the charge time is high enough. That should be clear. So that should give us a better idea of when they're charged. Okay, boom. Now it's also not oh, yeah, look at that. That's a pretty big slash. Does it get bigger, bigger, and bigger and never stops? Why? What? So once you have a charge slash loaded up, it just gets really big and it keeps getting bigger. Okay. It really only increases it once or twice, but that's more than enough. Let's go back to the player's charge slash setup. Oh. When the sword manager is calling charge slash, it calls set sword size, which necessarily sets the speed multiplier and the default sword size. That's the problem, because we need this to stay untainted. So what we'll do is we'll say base increase. And we'll say it's usually a base increase. I think it's safe to assume that when you're setting the sword size, this really is a base increase. Except in here. Here, this is just a surface level increase. So that way you can hold on to it. All right. Let's see. When we do a slash, I'm going to print default. Oh, wait. Of course, duh. We had a base increase, but we never used it. If base increase. Size. Okay. That should do it. Let's try that out now. Big slash. Now it's back to normal size again. Yeah! Ow. Slash. Boosh. Ow. Okay, that's good. But now we need it to actually do a really big pogo. It has to have a huge effect too. Yep, so the bounce that results from a charge attack must be massive. I'm talking huge. Now this is actually going to be pretty easy for us because this bounce here goes through us. When the hurt box says, oh my goodness, I just bounced off an enemy. Hey, sword manager, I just bounced off an enemy. Isn't that great? And the sword manager says, oh, that's wonderful. I'm going to go tell the base player that you just bounced off an enemy and he'll do the thing. But because the sword manager knows, oh, hold on. We are a charge slash. You are a charge slash hurt box. So if you're a charge slash, I'm going to tell the base not just to do a bounce, but to do a super bounce. And otherwise, I don't know. If you tell me you're a super bounce, sure, but otherwise. All right, let's try that out. So, I got charged. Boom! Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. That's pretty good. Yeah. Yeah. Now, if you just attack horizontally, it's like, ah, yes. Very, very good show. Good attack. Good attack. I think that's fine. It's like you're so powerful, you're just taking your enemies and folding them into jelly. But it's when you're down that you end up getting recoiled yourself. I think that's good. Maybe I should make it a little bit faster. Maybe a little bit. 1.7. We'll go with that. I gotta say, it's not very easy to see that you're actually flashing. I have an idea. We're going to have an extra big version of you, always white. That will just be when you are when you have a super available. Let's go back to flashing. So this, disgusting. Don't need that. What I want is this one. Duplicate. 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 Yeah, there you go. That's a good power flash. Boosh. Ow. Boosh. Ow. Good, good. The charge flash looks great. Let's see.
Need some intensive care.
Nope. Let's see here. Long sword appears here. Yep, charge flash is there. Good, good, good. All right. Let's see here. Sword dash. This one's a tricky one. I'm not sure if I really need to do it today. One thing I might do is I might end the stream early. And yep. Looks like it's just me right now. Hello, nobody. Well, thank you all so much for joining me. But what I'm probably going to do is finish this up early, make some words, frick. Make some clips, some highlights of this game and prepare it for the future. Unless I can think of something else that I really need to do. Yeah, I think that's good. I think that's good. I don't really need to make sword dash. Looking at all the other abilities, these are cool problems, cool enemies, but I think what I have right now with these three levels is good enough. And we'll see if people like it or take interest in it. And if not, I think next week I'll be doing a different project. Cool. All right, well, thank you all so much for joining me. It has been wonderful streaming, working on this game, and I think hopefully in the future I can implement some things to have more audience engagement. So, have a wonderful, blessed day.